Check, radio check. Good morning, everyone. To the day two of the testing before the 2026 season. Yesterday we had an eventful day, so cars trying to overtake on the track, a bit of racing. Then we had some practice starts at the end, and simulation of a race practice start. So yeah, it was an eventful day. Quickly to go through the results for those who haven't yet seen day one. So we had so we won, and this has been the fastest time so far uh, between today and testing in Bahrain. Then we had Piastri 1:33.469, very close to his time. Leclerc on P3, Norris P4, Antonelli, Hadjar, Hamilton, Sainz, Colapinto, Bortoleto, Albon, Lawson, Berman, Gasly, Stroll, Ocon, Alonso, Hulkenberg, Lindblad, Bottas, and Perez. So we saw 21 drivers out of the 22. Max Verstappen didn't came on track because he's supposed to be driving today. So in terms of biggest recaps, we had that spin for Lance Stroll, which wasn't a driver error. Something happened with the car as soon as he was going towards the end of the straight. He closed the aero, started shifting down, and the car just lost its back. So he went into the gravel. So we waited some time until the car gets into the pits. The team starts working on it, and then Stroll went out again and looked a lot better than previously. Uh, Uncatful says, is Alonso driving for the whole day? Yeah, I think Alonso is for the whole day. I will go through who is driving today in a minute. So we still have 11 minutes, so just going through the recap. So yeah, then we saw a bit of a close racing between a couple of cars. They were trying to overtake themselves and kind of simulating a battle, so that was really nice to see. Then yeah, the Cadillac didn't look very strong, I would say. They didn't put that many laps yesterday, and their times were quite slower than the other teams. So yeah, maybe something is going on there. Other than that, there weren't that many news. So yeah, in the morning session, Audi tried some practice starts, well, from the pit stops, and they stalled two times, I believe. So that is still a thing. We are waiting to see if maybe the starting procedure will be 10 seconds longer to in order to be safer. But we know that Ferrari is opposing this because they have adapted to this issue and they have mentioned this issue over a year ago, but everyone kind of didn't pay attention to it. So yeah, I was looking into because I know. Well, let's go first. Who is gonna be on track today? For those who are asking. So let me see if I can pull the table. There it is. So from what we know so far, for Thursday, for today in the morning, we'll have Ford McLaren, Norris, and then Piastri in the afternoon. For Mercedes, there will be Russell in the morning, Antonelli in the afternoon. For Red Bull, whole day Max Verstappen. For Williams, it's going to be whole day Alex Albon. For Racing Bulls, all day Liam Lawson. Aston Martin, all day Fernando Alonso. And Alpine is going to be all day Franco Colapinto. The rest will still change drivers. So Haas will be Berman in the morning, Ocon in the afternoon, Audi, Bortoleto in the morning, Hulkenberg in the afternoon, Cadillac, Bottas in the morning, Perez in the afternoon. And for Ferrari, I don't have the information, but I would assume they would change drivers, but it's not really clear to me. If you have that information, yeah, let me in the chat. Did you see Alonso's interview? He was very optimistic. I actually didn't see that one. Okay, there is Grash. Grash is in chat. And yeah, hi Che, hi Carly. Thank you guys for joining. looking some data because I know a lot of you. Okay, no. Yeah, so again messing up. This one and tomorrow that's next two something to the pole position from 2025, but a lot of you actually wanted to see the comparison to 2022 cars when we also had the new generation of cars starting. So just to go first through some data from yesterday, and then maybe we can do a little bit of comparison to 2022 and see how the times are looking into uh, the difference with the 2022 cars. So if you're looking for the lap telemetry yesterday, the the big teams are doing some different things, and that's interesting to note. So for example, for Ferrari, or actually for Leclerc more specifically, there's a huge top speed deficit in turn 4, so right after that big straight, if you compare it to Red Bull. So Leclerc top speed would be 273 kilometers per hour versus almost 300 for Red Bull. And this is not because the Ferrari lifts earlier. Leclerc actually stays on the throttle longer in this corner, but still loses speed. So the theory is that Ferrari is doing a super tip or a very low electrical deployment here, and maybe even trying to charge to save energy. And then you can see this pays back later when Ferrari gets a stronger top speed before turn 40. So they're kind of not using their energy into this a bit shorter straight, but then using it into turn 14 because you have a big straight between 13 and 14, then the last turn, and then the main straight, which is the biggest one. So this could be one of those strategic things when to use your battery, when to charge more, so you have more available later in the lap. So Mercedes, on the other hand, they look strong into the high speed corners like turn 11 and turn 12 into the second sector. And in many of these corners, Mercedes is braking a lot earlier than the others, and they are braking for a lot longer time. So here would be that they are braking a lot longer, so they have more recharge opportunity, and also this gives them a better exit after the corner. So in the telemetry data, you can see before the corner, all of the cars are kind of catching to them, but then once they launch after the corner, they are getting away again. And similar for McLaren, they are doing something similar like Mercedes in these high speed corners in turn 11 and turn 12. Now for the gear usage, this has been a topic since day one. I think last week when Max Verstappen started going into gear one into turn 10, and then kind of everyone started to follow this. So Ferrari seems to also do this. They are using first gear into turns 8 and 10, and yeah, for comparison, Mercedes doesn't do that. So if you see into the top cars, Red Bull goes from gears 1 to 8, so they are using the full range. Ferrari goes from gears 1 to 7, this is for the fastest laps, so they are not using the 8 gear that much. McLaren goes from gear 2 to 8, and the strange thing is about Mercedes, where they go from gear 2 to 7, so they have the shortest gear span. So is it this because they are doing something, or maybe they are just sandbagging and they don't want to show the full potential going gear 1 to 8? We don't know yet, but Yeah, it was interesting that Mercedes had a lot of fastest times and they go from gear 2 to 7. So maybe, yeah, maybe they are doing this for energy recharge and deployment and not just acceleration, but yeah, we don't know yet. But that was, I think, interesting to point out. And yeah, because of this, Red Bull tends to have a higher RPM in the slow corners because they go to gear 1. And yeah, Mercedes doesn't do that. Aston Martin looked better after the spin yesterday. So yeah, I don't know what the team did, but I think they were looking a lot better than previously. So when we compare the 2026 cars with 2022, uh, the 2022 benchmark lap was over 1 second slower than the best lap in the 2026 test. So these are already faster cars overall than 2022. 2022 cars compared to this year, they have higher straight line speed in the end of the straight, so that is their biggest advantage. And 2022 cars have more high speed, high corner speed. So yeah, these are the differences for the 2026 car. They are already a lot better into the slow speed corners because yeah, they are shorter. They have shorter wheelbase, and that seems to be working to make them quicker into these slow speed corners. So the biggest difference that you could see is on turn 14. The 2022 car in this track would brake 100 meters later, and they would brake for a lot less time. So the 2026 cars now they have to brake 100 meters earlier. They will have longer braking time. This is yeah probably because of the less downforce, but also now we have smaller tires, so there's less contact, less grip with the asphalt. Let's see what's going on in chat. Okay, Shay is saying this morning Norris, Russell, Max, Lewis, Albon, Lawson, Alonso, Berman, Colapinto, Bottas, and Bortoleto. So that's yeah. So was optimistic for the whole season in general. Well, that is good for Aston Martin. We have 1 minute to start. Let me see if I can get the stream back up. I haven't yet opened it. I think it should be up already. Wait a minute. We'll contract with eager to get on with testing. This is the we have today and tomorrow, and that's it. Okay, I have the stream back up. So, Melko, thank you. Don't forget to like and subscribe. So let's try to get to that 150. Just can't hear audio now. Well, maybe because I wasn't speaking, but I don't know. Can you hear me now? Too far from the mic. Yeah, I think so. Okay, I'll have to bend down and be closer to the mic because I think that's why you weren't hearing me. Yeah, I still didn't get that arm for the mic, so it's still a very uncomfortable position. But hopefully for Australia, I will have it and it will be a lot better. Yeah, I know it's cutting. I was far away from it. Okay, now I'm gonna bend down. Thank you, Bube. The problem is cooking sun. Well, actually, I have croissant and orange juice for the morning, so pretty close. Yeah, I just went closer to the mic. It was far from me. Yeah, I need to bend down, but now it should be better. A lot of cars on the track. We're seeing now Verstappen, of course, doing a green sector one. Let's see. He is probably gonna be setting the first representative time. Purple sector 2, of course. Well, now I don't know if you heard everything in the beginning when I was talking about the comparisons of laps yesterday and the 2022 versus 2026 cars comparison. But maybe we can go through that later again. Verstappen says the first time 138.955. Then we have Hamilton 139.670. I'm dual screening the live and F1 TV because you're the best and have the fun of watching F1 was to chat with you guys. Well, thank you, Sons of Melkor. That's the correct setup. Okay, we see a lockup of Lawson. That was a lot of smoke. We see Fernando Alonso with these additions on the back. Yeah, there's a lot of aero in the back. Aston Martin looking good so far. Okay, I think I'm gonna lift now the timings lap per lap because we only will have 11 drivers in this session, so we don't need to see everyone. And I think also for the whole day, like the total drivers that will be on track will be like 13, 14. So I think today we will be able to see on screen much more laps. There it is. We have third lap time, that is Lawson, 2 minutes and 07 seconds. Okay, not the fastest one, but Hamilton in the pits. So I heard that Aston received big package this morning. Yeah, I haven't seen that yet. But yeah, that might have happened. See if there's any updates. Yeah, can't find anything about Aston Martin. It's an app that will update bits. So that was a bit of a traffic in the beginning, and now 8 minutes in, it's again into the pits. Second coffee and croissant time. Yeah. Yeah, I think the mic is just. I think I've set some things to cut out, like some filters, but maybe I should. Because I was trying to get it to not pick up like the noise around the room, but maybe I should turn this off. Yeah, I have a lot of filters. I don't know which one should I. Probably the limiter is the one that does this, or the noise gate. Yeah, I'll to check later what everything is doing. These settings, because I have like noise suppression, noise gate, expander, compressor, limiter. I'm not sure what does what. Maybe if I hold the mic like this, it would be better. Yeah, I'll need to hold it in the hand, and at least my back won't hurt. Yeah, Max has the fastest time, although Sector 1 and Sector 2 purple are from Hamilton. Tommy Pickles says is the noise gate. Yeah, probably that, but I will need to see which ones should I lower. Must be the storm. Yeah, today the weather is clear now. Yesterday was a lot of wind. Russell is now on track. And we see the Williams team working on the car in the garage. Yeah, we don't see the eyes on the screen. You remember I think it was last week, we saw the cartoon eyes on the Williams car when they were in the pits. Okay, now it's a lot better. Yeah, the mic is right in front of my mouth, so that's work. By the way, if anyone wants to join for commentary, it's open. Yeah, because for the afternoon session, I will have to be away for like 45 minutes towards the end. So yeah, either it's gonna be music, or if anyone wants to join, yeah, let me know. Russell now going on a fast lap. Green, sector 1, still not purple though. Now for sector 2, he's improving his time. Let's see. Through turn 11 and 12, where Mercedes is really well, improving in the second sector too, but that's way behind Verstappen and Hamilton. 2 seconds. So he'll definitely set a fast lap, but it's not gonna be very competitive with the first two. So Russell with a new personal best, 1:40.059. He goes in P3 ahead of Lawson. We are with the replay of George Russell. Yeah, he had a bit of a lockup into turn 10. Yeah, the left front wing, a lot of smoke. Sons of Melkor says, I am from Canada, so I understand the going through a snowstorm life. Will Ferrari be fourth in the Constructors' Championship? Well, I'm a bit bullish on Ferrari, so I hope it's not gonna be fourth. And yeah, hopefully they do better than last year. Russell is on a fast lap and he's setting a new overall best time, 1:38.247. Now we have Bortoleto and Behrman on track too. See the aero going on and off for the Haas of Behrman. Seems like Behrman is on a fast lap, so he should be setting his time very soon. Yeah, corner one, another lockup. Well, actually, I wanted to see if Mercedes is gonna go into gear 1 into turn 10 and then into gear 8, but yeah, Russell is already past that. So let's see the next lap if he's gonna be pushing. This is the year of the horse. Okay, good to know. I love horses, so good year, I guess. Now Russell on the main straight. Let's see if he's gonna be pushing. Yeah, he's pushing. He doesn't go into gear 8 on the main straight. So what we were mentioning in the beginning, Mercedes is like going from gear 2 to gear 7, not so much using first and 8 gear. I don't know if that's sandbagging or yeah, or they are just doing that to be energy efficient. So let's see now towards turn 4, turn 5 and 6, and I'm curious into turn 8 and 10 if he's gonna go into gear 1. He's not pushing that much, but still. He goes into gear 1 into turn 8. And let's see into turn 10. Yeah, he's going into turn 1, but he's not pushing, so I don't know if how relevant is this. So I would want to see this on a fast lap. Also, it seemed like he lost pace at turn 10. Yeah. Bortoleto is on the fastest lap right now. 1:38.025. Audi on top of the sheets. Stop the count. A good lap for Gabriel Bortoleto and for Audi. But still, like 4 seconds away from the fastest time that we already seen. So a lot of time to be improved. Hamilton, Colapinto, Bortoleto, and Norris are the 4 cars on track right now. Yeah, Audi P1. ATSG. Welcome to the channel. Norris, is he on a fast lap now? Yeah, he has green sector 1, but still 0.2 seconds slower than Bortoleto. Yeah, Norris is on a fast lap. Now approaching turn 11 and 12, a good section for the McLaren team. Chase says, low question, how come my HP stays on 50 while the others go up? Yeah, I think they go up mostly from chatting and in a timely manner, like every 10 minutes, maybe every 15. I don't know how it works for YouTube, but yeah, that's probably the reason why. Norris now passing through the finish line, and he goes fastest with the purple sector 2 and purple sector 3. And this is like 3 seconds, 2.6 seconds faster than Bortoleto. Norris in P1. Now I realize the color on the timing sheet for McLaren and Audi are very similar. Well, if you look closely, they are not that similar, but from far away, it's like Norris and Bortoleto in the same team, so maybe we will need to adapt the colors a bit more. Colapinto now, is he on a fast lap? Yeah, that is not fast. 6.7 seconds behind Norris. Nerd with ADHD. Also, hey, racing statistics. Really, thank you for everything you do. Loved watching over the past few days. Well, I hope you subscribe to the channel and you will be with us throughout the whole season, because we're going to be doing this for every session, for every race weekend. Did Alonso already get out of garage? Yeah, he did couple laps. Let's see. He did 2 laps. He had the aero rakes on the back of the car behind the rear wheels, but he's back into the pits now. Someone was saying that they received some updates today, but yeah, I don't have any confirmation. Did Norris improve? No, it's still the same time. Yeah, it's gonna go up, Jay, for sure. 97 likes, 3 more until 100. Can we get it quickly? 98. Albon, Norris, and Bortoleto on track now. I will try to be here as much as I can. Okay, well, looking forward to see you here. Bortoleto set a new personal best, 1:37.510. We see Colapinto in the pit box. Yeah, they are adjusting the front wing. Colapinto also has the aero rakes behind the front wheels. So he's gonna go out now. Someone went a bit off track. Yeah, I didn't catch who that was. We see Williams on the track together with Alpine. Verstappen is on track too. Norris and Bortoleto. Let's see Verstappen. He's on an outlap now, but let's see if he's gonna push. $108 likes. Thank you everyone for liking the stream and for subscribing to the channel. Much appreciated. Bortoleto is running slowly or stopped. Okay, he has resumed now. He was going really slow around turn 11. Albon, purple sector 1. Everyone seems to be pushing very early on this session. Sector 2 for Albon is green, 42 for 50. That is the third fastest time, so he might be setting the new fastest time. Let's see. He has some mini purple sectors in sector 3. No, Albon is just setting his new personal best. This is not the fastest time. 136.700. How do you guys get the multivariate graphics? You need to see on the top right corner, there are 3 dots and you can find it there. Some Honda boxes have arrived for Aston Martin. Aston Martin has not yet tested boost or overtake mode. Okay, well, they have 2 more days to do that. Norris is going fast again, around turn 8 right now. Purple sector 1. They didn't go into gear 1 into turn 8. Let's see for turn 10. They also didn't go into gear 1 into turn 10 again. And Norris is going really fast. A lot of purple mini sectors. He seems to be improving a lot. That's probably gonna be a purple sector 2. Let's see. Yeah, purple sector 2, purple sector 1. And he keeps pushing. Yeah, this might be another fastest lap. And that is 134.625. A new fastest lap for Lando Norris. And overall. Albon also improved his time. Yeah, Verstappen is setting new personal best, 136.093. So this looks almost like a quali session. Everyone is pushing. Shay, have a wonderful day, everyone. Thank you so much for the donation, Shay. That is very much appreciated. Let's see if anyone is pushing. Seemed like Colapinto was pushing, but yeah, these are slow sectors. He's not going to be improving his time. We're looking through the camera of the back of Max Verstappen and how the aero opens. Yeah, that works smoothly so far. He went a little bit out there and picked up some dust out of the track, but all good. Yeah. I think that's what slowed him down. Any news on Alonso? Yeah, Alonso was on track for 2 laps, but we're still waiting. Apparently they received some boxes from Honda, so we'll see if they are gonna have some updates. He ran 2 laps with the aero rakes behind the rear wings. Laitland Brown, only 35 minutes left in my day. Where are you from? That's pretty late. Here is 8:26 a.m. Thank you, Che, so much. Did Alonso car die again? No, the car was fine. He went out for 2 laps with the aero rakes and now he's back in the pit, so we will wait. Max is on track. He's right now in the sector 3. He's not going fast, so let's see if he is gonna start pushing as soon as he gets on the main straight. Over the turn. Yeah, it doesn't seem that he's pushing. The top speeds in the speed trap so far are Bortoleto with 322 kilometers per hour. Then we have Lawson with 316 and Verstappen with 312. So still pretty slow in the speed trap compared to the other days. We see Liam Lawson, he's sleeping in the car. Someone had to wake him up. Yeah. He was sleeping in the car. Okay. Nerd with ADHD. Okay, enjoy everyone. I have to get to work. Have a wonderful day. RS, thank you again for everything. Yeah, you have a good day too, and see you back later today or tomorrow. Yeah, I'm not aware of any problems for the car of Hamilton. He did 5 laps already. Let's see. Yeah, I can't find any information about Hamilton having issues, so I think it's all good. Alonso, we see him now going back into the car, so he might be coming out on track soon. Yeah, take care. Well, Alonso still doesn't have the wheels on, so it might be a while until he's out. Still is also coming back into the car. We see the Williams in the pit stop being lifted. And he might be going out. I think if the car is bad, Max would have told it already. So if he's okay that RB is not making best lap time, it means that he's not pushing that hard and more focused on energy balance. Yeah, Max Verstappen is on track now. Norris is behind him. Those two are the only ones on track. Alonso come out. Yeah, it seems like he was preparing to come out. He was out for 2 laps, but we're waiting for him to come out again. Max, let's see, he is pushing. Purple mini sectors. He improved in sector 1, although that was green, not purple sector. Let's see in sector 2, improving again. Yeah, I think for sure he's going to be improving his time, but I don't think it's going to be enough to go to P1. But let's see. Around the last corner. And he actually goes fastest, 134.620. 0.005 over Lando Norris, very close time. But we have Max Verstappen on the top of the sheets right now. Okay, I need to sit down a little bit. standing. Tires smell off. Thanks God, hope will push so much lap today. They need a lot of data since last engine test they don't get too much. Okay. Rory says, if this electric season is boring, I'm moving to GT races. Someone give Lawson a Red Bull and get him out there. I want to see something positive from them today. Well, he seemed a lot sleepy in the car. Hopefully he wakes up soon. Still only Verstappen and Norris on track. No one is pushing from the two. Yeah, he was slower in all sectors, but yeah, overall was the fastest time. Lando did slower third sector on fastest lap. His optimal lap at the moment would be 133.8ish. They are going back into the pit, so the track is empty right now. Tons of Melkor. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and activate the notification bell. Well, you heard the man. Don't forget to do that. Looking at the Aston Martin, the tires are on, and it seems like they will be coming out very soon. Final preparations, and the tire blankets are off, and Alonso is going out on track. He's the only one on track now. I want someone to hug me like that Aston Martin tech is hugging that tire. Yeah. That was personal with the tire, I think. Let's see, Alonso doesn't have any aero rakes now, I believe. So maybe he will be pushing for a fast lap. Albon is following out on track. Yeah, the tech guy was tire whisperer. Okay, let's see, Alonso going over the last turn in sector 3, and let's see if he's gonna be pushing. In mini sectors, seems he's going for a fast lap. Yeah, they need an engine whisperer right now. Roch, yeah, I think they are sharing the same car. They are just changing the seats. Green sector 1 for Alonso. Russell also is going out. And going straight in the second sector. Every mini sector is green for Alonso now, so definitely gonna be improving his time. But let's see if he jumps a bit in the sheets. Albon, purple sector 1. Albon is cooking, definitely. Behrman also out on track. So let's see, Alonso going through the main straight. That is best time for him, and he goes P5. 138, 191. But let's stick with Albon. Albon through the main straight. He's improving, but he stays in P3. That is 135, 399. Alonso lost 1.5 seconds in the sector 2. Okay. Yeah, this is good for Aston Martin. Being there on the top 5, always good. I think that would be their goal for this season. Is there any issue with Hamilton's car? Not that we know of. He was out for a couple laps in the beginning. Yeah, and now he's back into the pits. So it's Mercedes, McLaren, Ferrari, and Red Bull. Yeah, from what we've seen so far, those are the benchmarkers. C3 softer than C4. No, C4 is the softer tire. C5 would be the softest. Yeah, well, we are at tires. Well, thanks Garage for sending me this chart yesterday. But we can go through and see what kind of sets each team has taken for this whole test for these 3 days. So we have McLaren, 2 sets of C1, 10 sets of C2, 8 sets of C3, 4 sets of C5, and they didn't take anything of C5 of C. 4 sets of C4, and they didn't take anything from C5. Then Mercedes has 4 sets C1, 2 sets of C2, 18 sets of C3, so the most, and they didn't take any set of tires of C4 and C5, so they are not going to be testing the softest compounds and mostly are focused on the medium ones on C3. Then Red Bull, they didn't take any C1, 4 sets of C2, 18 sets similar as Mercedes with C3, and they also have 2 sets of C4. So the hardest and the softest compound, Red Bull is not going to be testing. Mostly focused, same as Mercedes, on the C3 tire. Most of the teams are mostly taking the C3 tire. Ferrari, let's see, 2 sets of C1, 2 sets of C2, 16 sets of C3, and 4 sets of C4. Williams, they didn't take anything from the C1 tire, 2 sets of the C2 tire, 14 of the C3. 6 sets of C4, and they will be one of the few teams also with 2 sets of the C5 tire. I don't think that we have yet seen the C5 tire on track, but yeah, that would be interesting to see what times they can do with that one. Racing Bulls, they are taking 2 sets of the C1 tire, 6 sets of the C2 tire, then 12 sets of the C3 and 4 sets of the C4. Aston Martin is not going to be testing at all the hardest compounds. They didn't take any C1 and C2. 20 sets, that is the most for any team. 20 sets of C3 tire. Then they have 2 sets of C4 and 2 sets of C5. So they're one of the 4 teams that have something with the C5 tire. Has 2 sets of C1, 6 sets of C2, 12 of C3, and 4 of C4. Audi, similar to Haas, but they have more C2 tires than C3. Alpine, nothing with C1, 4 sets of C2, 14 sets of C3, 4 sets of C4, and yeah, they are also one of the 4 teams with 2 sets of C5 tires. And Cadillac has all of the tires. I think that's the only team that has all of the tires in testing. 4 sets of C1, 8 sets of C2, 8 sets of C3, 3 sets of C4, and 1 set of C5. So they want to be testing everything. Yeah, probably because they are a new team and they need a lot more data generated from each tire to be able to improve, of course. Now let's see if someone is pushing. I don't see that happening. On track we have Alonso, Norris, and Russell. Ferrari and Red Bull pitting so often compared to the others. I mean, it's testing. It's everyone is gonna be pitting different setups, changing something on the car, changing the tires. So that's not unusual. Aston Martin going into the pits now. A big flat spot on that tire, right front tire of the Aston Martin. Yeah, the car is going back into the garage. Norris again on track with Verstappen and Russell. We see a bit of a push for Norris. Yeah, some purple mini sectors. Let's see if he is going to be improving his time. That's a purple sector 1 from Lando Norris. He's pushing. Purple mini sectors in sector 2. Let's see if they are going to go into gear 1 in turn 10. Yeah, they're not going into gear 1 into turn 8 and 10. That's interesting. He's improving still his time. Purple mini sectors, a lot of purple mini sectors in sector 2. So probably we're gonna see a new best time. Purple sector 2. Verstappen also is pushing. He's setting some purple mini sectors in sector 1. So Lando Norris around the last turn. He's setting the best time of the day. 1:33.453. Verstappen is also improving, but that's not purple. Green sector 1. He's green in sector 2. He's going into gear 1 into turn 10 as compared to Norris, who was only in gear 2. So let's see. Improving into sector 2 for Max Verstappen. Verstappen improving in sector 2, but he seems to be far behind Norris right now. We see his car with a lot of flow is on the front left. Max pushing, and he's improving his time, but that is 0.1 slower than Norris. Actually, the Norris time 1:33.453, that's the fastest in testing so far. So we're improving every day. Looking forward to see what's going to be the fastest time tomorrow. Russell now is pushing. Well, not really pushing. Yeah, he's going slowly. A lot of cars on track right now. Norris, Lawson, Albon, Russell, Verstappen, Verman, and Colapinto. We are still missing the Cadillac. No one from Cadillac has still been out on track. They're also waiting for a representative time from Lawson, Colapinto, and whoever is driving for Cadillac this morning. Yeah, they have been late in the sessions yesterday, both morning and afternoon, so I don't know what's happening there. Norris is on C4, Max is on C3. Okay. That explains the difference in time. Bubbles Goat, I love VC. WC. Forza Ferrari. I think Ferrari has the same problem as yesterday on their front rear. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have the information, but it could be. IMSA looks fun. Karting friend made Daytona 24 a debut this year. Well, congrats to him. Yeah, Albon is going slowly. Right now he pushed a bit. He improved his sector 1 time. Let's see. Lawson is setting in a new personal 1:38.106. That puts him behind Bortoleto. Awesome to see them getting closer to last year's track times with the new cars. They are good in sprints. Can't wait to see how the endurance plays out in an actual race. Yeah. It will be very interesting in Australia. So hope you all subscribe to the channel and will be here with us for the Australian quali and race. Those are going to be the sessions. And they are getting closer to the 2025 times, but they are already over a second faster than 2022 times, which is when we had other regulations change. So towards in couple seasons, probably this car will be faster than 2025 cars, judging by the way we compare them to 2022. 186 likes. Can we get to 200? 14 only needed. I don't know exactly what was the best time in 2022 Bahrain test at the start of the last development era, but I think we're getting closer. For sure, better times will come on softs. Yeah, actually, the times are already better than 2022, just over a second better from the fastest time in testing. 120, 192 likes. Yeah, I think we're about 1 second of 2022 best time. Just over a second before the session started, and now Norris improved a little bit more the time. I'm less interested in times and more interested in how these cars race. Yeah, we will see that. I mean, there are a lot of changes. Right now, they will have bigger braking zones. They need to brake earlier, so I guess more chances of dive bombing. That might increase. Okay, we are seeing a big lockup for the McLaren. Colapinto, Russell, and Verstappen on track. Since we have 1,600 people in the chat, I think it's worth mentioning what we went through in the beginning of the session. So a quick comparison with the telemetry data from yesterday, and also will in the end compare with the 2022 cars and how these cars are comparing to those, because that's when we had regulations change and that was a newest generation of cars. So for the quick lap telemetry from yesterday for Ferrari, there has been a huge top speed deficit in turn 4 if we're looking in comparison with Red Bull. So Ferrari went 273 kilometers per hour and Red Bull went almost 300, 296. And this is not because Ferrari has been lifting earlier. So actually Leclerc stayed on the full throttle longer than Red Bull, but still they have a lot lower top speed. So yeah, possibly that's because Ferrari was doing a super clip and very low electrical deployment, or trying to charge or save some energy, which we will see later in that lap. It's gonna pay back when Leclerc was having highest top speed right before turn 14. So this is gonna be interesting to see in the new season where they are gonna be saving battery, where they are gonna be pushing, and what is gonna be the differences. So the telemetry of the lap times is gonna look not that like last year when you would see it is like almost identical for all the drivers, the line. But now we will see a lot of differences. In some places someone will save energy, in some places they will push more. So yeah, the telemetry will be a lot more interesting to look at. For Mercedes, they looked yesterday very strong in the high speed turns, turn 11 and turn 12 into sector 2. And yeah, in a lot of corners, Mercedes is braking a lot earlier than the others, and they also are braking longer. So yeah, we can see in the telemetry that when they start to brake, everyone is catching up to them, but then they have better exits and they are extending the gap after exiting the corners. McLaren is doing a similar thing in turns 11 and 12 as Mercedes, but they don't brake that early. Now, for the gear usage, this is probably the most interesting thing for me. We saw, starting with day one yesterday, that Max Verstappen was going into gear one in turn 10, and everyone kind of started following that. But now we see like the key comparison for the top four teams is that Red Bull goes the full range from gear one to gear 8. They use every gear. Ferrari, on the other hand, they go as low as gear one, but they come to gear 7. They are not using that much gear 8. McLaren, then they don't go into gear 1, but they do use gear 8 a lot. And Mercedes is the strangest of all because they go only from gear 2 to gear 7. So is this because they're playing with the energy, or maybe they're sandbagging and they don't want us to see their full potential going into gear 1 and gear 8? So we don't know. But that is, for me, very interesting to see why Mercedes is doing that. Yeah, and this also adds to what Toto was saying, that Red Bull is the benchmark because yeah, they go into gear 1 and they were keeping the higher RPMs into the slow corners, and they had more better energy deployment compared to Mercedes, who, if they don't go into gear 1, they have lower RPMs and less recharge potential. Now, yeah, if we compare to 2022 cars, uh, the 2022 car is just a little bit over 1 second slower than the best lap that we have right now in the 2026 test. So these cars are already faster. 2022 cars had the higher straight line speed, especially at the end of the straights, and they had more high speed corner speed because they had more downforce. But the 2026 cars are already better in the slow corner speeds. Alonso and Colapinto are on track. No one is pushing, so not much to commentate. Let's see what's happening in chat. Fun Gamer says, mark my words, Ferrari will win one championship. Saying this from ages. Yeah, this is the year. Fastest lap time at Bahrain was 1:31.447. Pedro de la Rosa 2005. So 2 seconds of that in testing with new regulations is not bad. Yeah, I assume that 1:31 was a race lap time, not a quali, because just last year we have 1:29.8 in the pole position. Do you think Ferrari's new upgrade package will be game changer for this year? We don't know yet. I mean, it would be silly for me to predict that, but Ferrari is looking good in my opinion. At least the engine is very reliable, and they haven't had much issues with the power unit compared to, well, basically all the other teams. Still no Cadillac on track. I wonder what's happening in their garage. Williams is looking better and better. Yeah, they have been putting a lot of laps these testing sessions and last week too.
Even though they didn't show up in Barcelona shakedown, they are doing well. Ferrari strong, no problems, stay rested. Ferrari has developed a sweet car. Well, I hope so. They need to wait a little longer. If they lower the gear too fast, it will stall the engine. Ferrari did a literally 180 under braking. Okay, so Ferrari is a contender or not? As I've heard, McLaren and Mercedes are favorites. We still don't know who's gonna set the benchmark from the top four, but it's the same top four that was last year. Albon and Alonso now playing a bit on the track. Alonso kinda trying to go on the outside, and he's following closely the Williams. So maybe we see some action. For sure, Alonso is gonna try to overtake. No, he's slowing down. Looks like Ferrari have nice aero so far. Yeah, I believe Ferrari is one of the contenders. Our year. Yeah. Mercedes will be power dominant until August. Then Ferrari will make a surge at the end of the season after the regulations change. I mean, we don't know yet if that August date is gonna happen. So apparently there has been a proposal for the compression ratio, what the Mercedes trick for the engine, and the proposal is that basically they can use it until August 1st, and then the compression ratio will be measured also under 130 degrees, which basically means that they won't be able to do it afterwards. So this needs to be voted in the next 10 days. Well, actually, already it's 9 days. Uh, and they need to have 6 of the 7 voters to agree on this for it to pass. So we for sure know that Mercedes is not gonna vote for this, but and probably all the other engine manufacturers are gonna vote for it. But then there's FIA and Formula One management who need to throw their vote, so they are kind of decide if this is gonna happen. If it doesn't happen, that means that Mercedes gets this engine for the whole season, and if this brings them a lot of advantage, yeah, they might be the dominant car. But if they vote for this and it is approved, then we might see 2 very different seasons halfway through the season. In the first one, Mercedes engines dominating, and then in the second one, yeah, we will see what happens. So it will be interesting to follow these 10 days. What will the voting be? We have some time improvements of Alonso 137.520 and Albon also improved 135.130. Hamilton went out again. Yeah, he was out in the beginning, but went back into the pits, and they're still working on the car. We don't know what's happening with them. We're just over 1 hour into this session. 3 more hours to go. Lawson had some issue. Let's see. Yeah. He went a bit off track and then like he kind of lost the car. He managed to get it back, but yeah, it was a weird incident for Lawson. I hope he didn't fall asleep while driving because he was sleeping in the garage into the car. Yeah, Hamilton got in 5 laps. Will Hajar break the Red Bull number 2 driver curse? Well, let's put that in a poll actually. Let's see what you think about this. So, will Hajar break the number 2 Red Bull seat curse? Yes or no? Very simple poll. Lawson is back in the garage. The team is checking the car. Not sure what happened there. Alonso testing maximum RPM engine on straight. Yeah, he's not on track right now, but it would be good to pay attention on that and see what is the maximum RPMs on the main straight for Aston. Just drop a marble in the spark plug hole for the other cars. Compression ratio should be equalized, says 65 the Blue Hawk. Just set your bar lower. I was hoping they can go big fifth. If they can go big 10th, it'll be good. Seems like Alonso not pushing, he just do many laps as possible for simulation long race. Yeah, they need as many laps as they can because they have been missing a lot in the past days. Speaking of Aston Martin. Come on, Lawson, we cannot afford to have a bad year this time. Even in the straight, Honda engine barely reaches 11,000 RPMs. Why, Aston? Why? Does he need to beat Max to say he broke the curse? Well, I wouldn't say that he needs to beat Max, but he needs to be very close to Max and probably have couple of quali sessions beating Max or have couple of race results be better than Max. So just to see the two Red Bull cars in the top five, I would say. I think that would be considered as breaking the curse, but not like beating Max overall for the whole season. And yeah, the poll is really close. 48 of us of you think that Hajar is gonna break the curse. Fifth, well, actually 49, and 51 think it's no. Very close. Scoring more points than Yuki would be a start. I wouldn't compare it with Yuki. I would just compare with Verstappen, to be close with Verstappen. Red Bull really needs a year with two cars back in the front. Who has a problem? We don't know, but they haven't come out since the beginning. They did 5 laps in the beginning and that's it. We're seeing now George Verstappen into the grid. But the first 13 races, Mercedes will destroy the competition. By the time they change the regulations, they're winning the championship. We will see. We will see. And that is not voted yet, so we don't know. Maybe something else will come up. show long run for Norris and Verstappen. Well, let's see. I think I have them here, and you can see them on the screen. So Norris, let's see. He doesn't have some consistent times in the last stints. Verstappen, yeah, same for Verstappen. They have been mostly going on a quick lap and then cool down laps. So I'm not seeing some consistent stints for the other drivers too. The closest one would probably be Colapinto on the medium tire. So he's doing this 138, point 5, point 8, point 3, point 1, point 9. So this stint here. Then let's see Russell, kind of doing a consistent stint with 138, 137 on the hards here. And yeah, no one else is still doing some long consistent stints. So for now yeah, that's what's going on. As soon as we start getting some long stints, consistent long stints, we will go back into the data. But for now, yeah, we can just see it on screen. Yuki should follow Sato's lead and go to racing the cards. Will ever see Yuki on the grid again? I mean, we might see him. There were talks of him into the Aston Martin. Who knows what's gonna happen in future? Alonso might retire. If Aston doesn't perform well, they might there might not be not too much competition for the other seat. And I don't know how long Stroll plans to drive, but at some point, yeah, I would see Stroll out too. Yuki is a reserve driver, yeah. Being Ferrari fan is the real curse. The real curse was for the Williams fans who between 2016 and 2021 we lived nightmare. Yeah, bad years for Williams. But it's looking better now since last year. I just see a listener making analysis about Mercedes engine and somehow the Mercedes team itself can fully utilize engine unlike McLaren or Williams. Well, they are the main supplier and they have a main team, so it makes sense that they are more familiar with the engine and how it's going to work to adapt better the car. That would be the same for Ferrari compared to Haas and Cadillac, I would say. Good morning from California. Yeah, where are you guys all watching us from? That's always interesting to see because not much is happening on on the track. We have Verstappen on track, but that's the only car. So let us know where are you watching us from in chat. Okay, now in the Racing Bull garage, because they are not allowed to bring down the garage door, like everyone is standing in front of the car and kind of trying to hide it from the camera so no one can take a pic. Interesting. Okay, we have people from Germany, Slovakia, Australia, Hungary, Dubai, Quebec, Philippines, Guyana, Cape Town, Romania, New York, France, New Zealand, Singapore, California, Panama, Bulgaria, Good morning from the Netherlands, all over the world. Thank you everyone for tuning in. And yeah, if you haven't subscribed already, click the subscribe button, notification bell, and like the stream. It really helps the channel and it's a free thing to do, so it doesn't cost anything. Argentina, Finland, Sri Lanka, Romania, we're still going on. Bangladesh, Switzerland. I could use a Swiss chocolate right now. Good morning from Hungary. Max is in the pits. Yeah, we have Norris out on track. Ukraine, Poland. Norris is the only one on track right now. Hello from Germany and out of school. Did Ferrari find some problems with the car? We don't know, but it looks like it because they were out for 5 laps and now they are not coming out for, yeah, it's been an hour and more. So, what's happening with Cadillac? They are the only team not coming out, so we don't know. Similar thing happened yesterday. And you can see in chat our F1 Bingo League, guys. So, I would, yeah, if you are gonna be staying in this channel, this will be an interesting thing that we're gonna do. So I would ask you to click on that link and just explore. The F1 bingo is really interesting, and we will be able to see live in races whenever a car gets fulfilled. So that's gonna be really interesting to see. We're still getting the messages. New Zealand, Hawaii, with the palm tree. Basically, the whole planet Earth. Well, I haven't seen anyone from Antarctica, but pretty much the whole Earth. Yesterday, Ferrari members said that they will fix the rear at night, but today still have problem. Yeah, it seems maybe that it wasn't fixed. Cadillac could use a Red Bull. We take a chocolate from New Zealand rivals, the Swiss stuff. Maybe better. Well, I haven't tried, but I would try if I can. Another New Zealand here. A lot of New Zealand and Australia. That's nice. I guess Piastri fans. Shay says, just forgot my drink. Yeah, I'm gonna take a bit of orange juice soon because my throat is failing. Now we're in the Red Bull garage. The car is without tires and front wing, and the team is working on it. So he hasn't had many laps under the belt this season. Only 5 laps, and they haven't been out on track. Now we see Cadillac. Is that Cadillac? Yeah, Cadillac is out on track almost halfway through the session, and they have the aero racks behind the front wheels. 3:20 p.m. and I'm so sleepy. Well, here is 9:20 a.m. and I'm still sleepy. We don't know what is the issue with Hamilton, but he has been in the pits for most of the time. Only 5 laps done. Nothing happened. He just went to the pits and we haven't seen him since then. Bottas is on track, yeah, for Cadillac finally, with 2 hours and 38 minutes to go for this session. Colapinto is also on track. He's probably on a fast lap. He did some green mini sectors. Let's see how fast that is. Yellow sector 1, 0.6 behind Norris. He's improving in sector 2. So he might improve his time. Currently stands in P4. Quite high for Alpine. I think he's going slower now. He slowed down. He's testing a new rear wing. It opens like the Alpine upside down. Maybe they are just further adjusting. Yeah, could be. It will be interesting to see if Alpine got it right with the design of the rear wing and if the other teams are gonna follow. But that looks really interesting. A lot of car on track now. Bottas, Behrman, Albon, Russell, and Colapinto. Okay, Colapinto went off track and he quickly rejoins. Yeah, he like the car twitched a bit and he kind of lost it, but he had enough space to get back on the track. Alonso is out for a stroll. Russell on track now. Let's see if he's gonna start pushing. A lot of green mini sectors for Russell. And that is a green sector 1 for George Russell. Behrman set a new personal best, 1:35.279. Bottas going back into the pits, probably to get those error rakes off. Russell still pushing some purple mini sectors and green mini sectors in sector 2. Says changing a rear wing or adjusting the current is a lot more work than the front, so Ferrari will be back. Yeah, exactly. Sector 2, there's improvement in Russell's time. Green sector 2, so he's definitely gonna be improving his time, but let's see if he's gonna jump a lot into the timing sheets. Right now he's going through the last corner. And Russell goes to P3. That's 1:34.111. No one else pushing. Well, Alonso just did a new personal best, 1:37.472. That is good for the Aston Martin. Right now they are 3.5 seconds behind. Well, actually, more. Exactly 4 seconds behind the fastest lap. So, as predicted by Stroll, 4 seconds. Also, kind of windy today. Well, not really, 5.4 kilometers per hour. So, not that much of a wind, I would say. Here we had yesterday like 40 to 60 kilometers per hour of wind. So, 5.4 is still weather for me. Like literally, roofs of houses were torn apart. I just joined, but is Hamilton okay? Is the car issue or a driver issue? Yeah, they're working on the car. Seems like they have new rear wing, and he did 5 laps, so he's right now in the pits. Probably they are adjusting it. We will see what happens, but he should be out again this session for sure because we have 2.5 hours to go. Okay, I think the poll should be closed right now. It's really close. So 49% think that Hajar won't break the number two seed curse, and 51 think, yeah, the opposite. So I'm gonna end it. Did Ferrari broke down even before start? No, no, they are just testing a different rear wing. Colapinto setting a new personal best, 135.795. Russell is coming out on track and Alonso is going into the pits. 219 likes. We need 10 more to get to 300. Can we do it? 10 more likes. Okay, we have Colapinto, Behrman, Russell, and Albon on track right now. Not much is going on. 306 likes. Thank you everyone for liking the stream. Is Saudi having issues? They didn't look like it. They were out in the track earlier in the session. At some point, Bortoleto had the fastest time. But yeah, they haven't been out recently. Let me just have my drink because my throat is going out. Okay, I'm back. If you have any questions, drop them in chat. I'll try to answer them. And if you're trying to understand all the data points on screen, well, check this link. You should see the link right now, and that is going to point you to a post on our website where we are explaining every single data point that you can see on the screen. Perfect for beginners. And just for your information, this live stream and this watch along is very beginner friendly. So yeah, don't feel intimidated. And if you don't understand something, feel free to ask. We will try to explain the best we can. The brown Mercedes F1 team strikes again. We will see. No one is improving. A bit of improvement for Bearman in couple mini sectors, but nothing too dramatic. Yeah, a bit of a lockup for Bearman. Yeah, kind of a big lockup. And I think some parts flew out of the car, small parts, and he went off track. Yeah, Williams looks good so far. Williams is close to 30 kilograms overweight, like 1 second per lap slower. Williams looks awful. What do you think will happen? Will Mercedes Petronas fuel get verified and approved in time? They have 6 or 7 days left. Yeah, I could be guessing, but I don't know really what's happening there. Dark Maui is in chat. Hey all. Hey Dark Maui. Hey Apex Trace. 3 cars on track. Albon, Colapinto, and Russell. Not much going on. They're doing some. Let's see if someone is doing some long stints. It looks like Russell might be doing something on the used medium tires. The last two laps are 137.1, 137.3. So maybe he's gonna be doing some long stints, long consistent stints. Let's see how it's gonna be the third lap. If it's still gonna be 137 something. No news on Ferrari yet. They are still not out since the 5 laps in the morning. Yeah, another good lap for Russell, 137.3. So this seems to be a long stint for him. Consistently in 137.1.3. Appear to be doing great until the next it's all over period begins. Ferrari also homologated gearbox changes with new flaps that direct exhaust air towards rear wing. It seems that no other team can copy that. Yeah, let's see how that works out. A lot of the teams are trying new things, so something's gonna work, something's gonna not work that much, but that's why we're here to see what works and what doesn't. Did Ferrari broke down on track? I saw a post in threads. No, I don't think they did. They just went back into the pits. Let me see if I can find some new information and new updates. Yeah, not many updates. See from some data from yesterday. So we have some long runs. In the long runs, we have Piastri being quickest on the hard tire with a 10 lap long stint. Then is Hajar on the mediums, 6 lap long stint. Russell on the hards, 11 laps. Antonelli on the mediums. Colapinto on the mediums. Hulkenberg on the hards. And Hamilton on the tests. So those are the first 6 drivers with the long runs yesterday. Leclerc was quite behind, I would say, with a 20 lap stint on the mediums. And the slowest was Albon, but that was just a 3 lap stint, so we cannot really count it. I would say, yeah, the slower were Cadillacs yesterday, with Bottas and Perez on 10 and 12 laps on the hard tire. For the top speed yesterday, we had Bottas reaching 343, even though Cadillac was very slow, they had a great top speed. Bortoleto had 342, and then the others were quite slower, with starting with Norris from 334 to Stroll with 319. So yeah, Aston Martin was quite slow with the top speed yesterday. Maximum was for Alonso 321 and Stroll was 319. All the others were kinda in between 334, 330. Bet the redirected exhaust gases at some point end up melting bits of the rear Ferrari wing during the elongated start sequence. Baku is going to be hilarious. I wonder how much teams are hiding their true potential. Well, I think most of them are not showing all cards, but we won't know until next. Well, in 3 weeks, I think, is the first race in Australia. Baku is one of the races where they will go full speed for a long time. Yeah, it's interesting to see how it's gonna be there, because how many opportunities they will have to recharge the batteries. So maybe they won't go so fast if the battery is not charged. We will see. As he did with turn 10, Max will teach the rest how to handle long straights and energy deployment. Who's made fastest time on hard? No, I don't think so. That is showing his tire on the last stint. I think Norris time was on C4s and Hamilton on C3s. The wind doesn't bend it, flips direct airflow to the diffuser area. Looking at Russell, there's no place that Mercedes passes 12k RPMs. The 18k story is hearsay. Lewis is unlucky, he can never seem to get a clean run or more than 3 laps. Why can't get just banging the laps like Charles. Why is he always in the garage? Yeah, it seems like they're changing something, so we have to wait. There's still 2 hours and 20 minutes, so quite a long into this session. Seeing Adrian Newey in the Aston Martin. It's five cars on track right now. Alonso, Verstappen, Albon, Russell, and Berman. No one seems to be pushing. Luis likes to test many versions for whole season. Charles likes foot on pedal, no thinking. Yeah, Norris did the time on C4, the software compound. Ferrari has done race sim pace a lot and are solid as is Mercedes. Yeah, Ferrari has done a lot of laps this 2 weeks of testing. Yeah, testing is not about showing your hands that uh, Norris may be slow all year round. This year will be much boring than last year by just seeing those 4 segments. We will see, we don't know. Hopefully it's not gonna be more boring. We see now George Russell locking up a bit. And yeah, Russell has been on a long stint, some consistent lap times 137, then 138. A big stint. Now on track. Yellow sector 1. Could Carlos become champion? Are you talking about science? Okay, why did Lewis only do 5 laps, waiting for track to evolve? No, he was out for 5 laps and it seems like they are doing some changes. They have a new rear wing, so we don't know why he's not out yet. Now we see Haas right behind the Williams. Maybe we're gonna see a little bit of a battle here. They are very close, one behind each other. And yeah, the camera is showing us the pits instead of showing the cars who might be doing a bit of race simulation. They are still very, very close. Will the Haas make the move? Let's see. The arrow is on, and no, Haas is not trying yet. Okay. Now he's gonna have the chance on the main straight. Let's see what happens there. Closely following. And he's going on the right. And I think he has made the move. Yeah, more like Williams let him do that. But now Williams is the one following the Haas. But I think he's slowing down. So he's not gonna push to overtake. But at least we saw an overtake in this session. There were a couple yesterday. F1 TV says that Ferrari is changing the engine, so could be a long wait. Let's see. We're checking, right? Let's see, Ferrari. Hopefully that's not an engine issue. They haven't had any issues with the engine. But who knows? Not finding anything. The F1 site says that Ferrari is changing the rear wing, trying something new. Yeah, they seem to have. They are onto something with the rear wing. Okay, this is Lando Norris going a bit off track. I think this was in turn 1. Norris, Berman, and Albon are the only ones on track as we are getting slowly to the half of this morning session. Somehow this session has been a lot longer than the previous ones. Is Lewis in the car all day today? I'm actually not sure for Ferrari. I'm not sure if maybe Leclerc is going to come out in the afternoon. So if anyone can confirm that in chat, that would be great. McLaren going back into the garage. Berman and Albon now are the only cars on track. Does Antonelli have an edge over Russell since everyone is saying these engines are like the spec series engines? We don't know yet, but yeah, Antonelli didn't have much testing time last week and this one, well, we're still gonna see. He had really bad luck
In the first 2 days last week, he just got 1 hour of testing, and yeah, so that doesn't go into what you were saying that he's getting an edge over Russell, but people have been saying that these cars are very similar to drive in the driving style, like the F2 cars. So Antonelli is still fresh out of the F2 cars just 2 seasons ago. So maybe that is an advantage for him, but we will see. Russell is highly competitive also, and I'm sure he will do everything he can to be ahead of Antonelli. With active aero on front wings, I guess they won't be anywhere near as easy to swap out during races. I wonder how it's going to be if they get some front wing damage with the active aero. I mean, yeah, I think they would still be replacing in the pits as they were doing. But yeah, if they get a damage and they cannot replace it, it will be interesting to see what happens with the speed of the car. Audi and Ferrari are dealing with issues or doing something they haven't come out for a while. Yeah, we're still waiting for Ferrari and Audi also. Yeah, Audi hasn't been out since the 8 laps of Bortoleto. So far, Norris 25 laps, Verstappen 26, Russell 35, Albon 36, Behrman 23, then we have Colapinto 25, Alonso 19, Bortoleto 8, Lawson 8, Hamilton 5, and Bottas 2. Yeah, also the Racing Bulls. Lawson just 8 laps. I mean, we had the camera catch him sleeping in the car before he came out the first time, but that was it. We didn't see him much. He had a bit of a incident, I would say. Uh, Lost the car a bit on that stint of 8 laps, but since then he hasn't been out. Only 5 laps, yeah. 80 CMC. Tested a new rear wing with a full 180% moving flap. Okay, Alex Albon a bit lost the car at the apex of a corner. Yeah, so that was interesting to see. A nice save from him. I think this year Haas seems more solid than Williams. Well, Haas is looking good actually. Alongside with Ferrari, they are looking very reliable. They're putting in all the laps. They have the Ferrari engine, so we will see. But I think that for me, they are standing out the most from the midfield teams. So maybe they can battle for that 5th position. The new rear wing on the Ferrari can flip upside down. Interesting, will this work? I haven't really seen the wing, but is it like similar to the Alpine? Only Behrman is now on track. Everyone else in the pit. Before the DRS was introduced, I remember that teams used to change the rear wings during pit stops. Now this is impossible. Maybe when active aerodynamics arrives, same will happen with the front wing. Yeah, that could happen. It directs airflow to the rear diffuser, adding more stability.
374 likes. Can we push to 400 likes? So front wing damage could mean that's the end of the race. Well, maybe not the end of the race, but it could slow down the car significantly if they cannot fix it or change it. But potentially, yeah, it could mean the end of the race. Still no one close to top 4 teams. Yeah, exactly. Still, Behrman is the only car out with some yellow sectors not improving. So you think Liam needs to beat Limblad this season? Yeah, that's for sure. Liam needs to beat him. But we will see. Same argument as with Antonelli and Russell. Limblad is coming out of fresh from F2. And if these cars are similar in driving style with F2 cars, I think he's gonna have a slight advantage over Lawson. Lawson is more experienced, but he's still this is his second year, so he's still a kind of a rookie. Yeah, he absolutely needs to beat Lindblad, but we will see. Lindblad is gonna be looking to beat Lawson too, so from the whole grid, his best chance for beating a teammate is probably Lawson and maybe Stroll, if he was a teammate of Stroll. If he doesn't beat Lindblad, he won't be here in 2027. Probably. I don't know. Nobody is talking about it, but as Williams is looking, I guess Sainz could leave them by end of the year. Well, I mean, we don't know yet how Williams is looking. They could still be doing good in the season. And even if they don't, I mean, why would Sainz leave? Like, where would he go? He's here for the long run, and he's helping the team develop the car under the new regulations. So I think Sainz is in a good place. Don't forget Colapinto. He hasn't exactly set the world on fire. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Colapinto too. Fornaroli to Red Bull 2027. Russell is in the pit. Still, RPM are changing. Let's see. Russell, yeah. No, Russell is on track. Bottas now again on track. Behrman on track. And we have Norris leaving the pits. We're still over 6 seconds away from Lewis Hamilton's lap time in 2020. Yeah, we're not really comparing to that. We're comparing to last year and 2022. Because it's gonna take some time to develop these cars up to speed. They're just gonna be getting faster year over year. I totally agree with Max's comments. F1 should get rid of battery. It is Formula 1, not Formula E. Go back to Ferrari in place of Hamilton when he retires. Well, I don't know if he's gonna want to go to Ferrari, but if Ferrari is fast, I guess the window is open.
I think he left in good terms there, even though they kind of did him dirty with the switch with Hamilton. Bottas, Norris, and Russell on track. Now we see Max Verstappen preparing, so he's going to be going out soon. Yeah, we're still waiting for Hamilton. They seem to be doing some changes in the rear wing and adjustments, so we don't know what happened. The cars are not as fast in turns and they are managing energy recovery in straights. Expect times to be off by 2-3 seconds. Yeah, exactly. We're past the halfway mark, 1 hour and 57 minutes to go. Yeah, I'm getting so sleepy. We don't know why Ferrari is not sending the car on track, still waiting. Okay, we have some, I'm seeing some data of total laps done for all the days starting from last week. So let's see who has done the most laps in the two sessions. This is until this morning, so it's not accounting for the laps done into this session. So from the drivers, the most lap done are from Leclerc, 289. Then we have Piastri, 285. Sainz, 269. Russell, 264. Albon, 263. Norris, 261. So those are kind of the top ones. Then we have going lower Ocon 255. But to the bottom, we see Alonso with the least laps so far, 126. Stroll again, 134. Then we know the issues with Antonelli. He had only 163 laps so far, so third lowest. Then the Cadillac team, Bottas and Perez around 190. And Verstappen has done actually only 197 laps. So those are the top drivers with most and least laps. Now let's see for the teams. McLaren 546, Ferrari 535, and Williams 532. Those are the three teams with over 500 laps. For lowest amount of laps, we have Aston Martin 260, Cadillac 379, and Red Bull with 409. We remember Red Bull had that hydraulics issue, so yeah, they missed some time for testing. For the power units, of course, Mercedes has 4 cars in that. That's 1,944 laps. Ferrari 1,400 laps with 3 cars running that engine. And Honda is, of course, the lowest with 260 laps. So interesting to see how these lap times are gonna look after day 5 and day 6 of the testing, today and tomorrow. But yeah, Williams bounced really back into the charts after not participating in the Barcelona shakedown. Yeah, I'm just looking an image from the Ferrari rear wing, and yeah, it looks like it is upside down. So this is gonna be interesting to see how it works. Yeah, literally like upside down rear wing. I mean, this is flipping like a pancake. This is really a big win or gonna be a big loss. We will see, but it's really, really interesting to see. Yeah, we can probably call that the pancake wing. Racing statistics, you just got Harbor Freight at well answered big in the US. Yeah, I think those ads are probably uh, based on your location, not on mine. So it depends on YouTube when to send them and to who. Okay, let's go through the chat now. Did the Ferrari engine break down? No, they are testing some new rear wings. So yeah, they are adjusting. Right now, Verstappen, Colapinto, Russell, and Norris on track. Colapinto is going slowly or stopped. Let's see what happened. Only 2 likes until 400, so hit the like button, everyone. Let's see. Seems like Colapinto is going, but somehow his GPS was the dot becomes smaller. Now it's back. Okay. Yeah, Racing Bulls also haven't been out for a while. Only 8 laps, same as Bortoleto and Audi. Williams seems to have made ground. Yeah, Williams looking good. Any Alonso news? Alonso looked good in the early times of the session. They are trying some new things. Apparently, there have been some new boxes arriving from Honda. So he did only 19 laps. He's 4 seconds away from the fastest time of Lando Norris. Bottas is about to get more laps than Hamilton, and we're halfway through the morning session. Yeah, and Cadillac, it took them about 2 hours to get out on track, and then they just did 5 laps, and we're still waiting for them. Now we see Alpine and Red Bull next to the other. Let's see, maybe if we're gonna see some race simulation. Yeah, Verstappen is closely following Colapinto. Yeah, still looking. Yeah, looking forward to the next race, just to see how the overtaking will be here with the new cars. But seems like Verstappen is not pushing, and yeah, Colapinto is going away. 406 likes. Thank you everyone for liking the stream. He's getting ready to show the rest some new tricks. Yeah, he's quite far away from Colapinto. I think he is slowing down. Albon is going out on track now, right behind Verstappen. So maybe we see some three-way battle here. Alonso is really angry about the gearbox. Did not work well. Yeah, Lewis is in the pit more than 1 hour. Yeah, we're seeing again the footage of the replay um, of Ferrari, and we're seeing how it flips like the rear wing like a pancake. Basically, yeah, the regulations are allowing that, so they are not gonna be having some issues there. But let's see how that works overall with the car. Yeah, Aston designed their own gearbox, and that might be the issue. Times are really still sandbagging. True. Perhaps Ferrari feel they are done with the tests and they would like to go straight to Melbourne. I'm pretty sure they will still want to do some more tests. I don't know if Hamilton is driving the whole day. If anyone has that information, please let us know in chat. But could be that Ferrari's Hamilton is gonna be the whole day today and Leclerc tomorrow, because yesterday they split the day. Why is Lewis not driving much? Yesterday he was mostly in the pits. Yeah, same as today. Seems like they're trying the new rear wing, the pancake rear wing, and we will see how that works. Ferrari has three teams using their power unit. Reliability is not an issue. True. They should do some quality simulations. I mean, since the beginning, they were mostly doing quality simulations. Now we're seeing some long runs for Russell. And also for, yeah, I'm seeing Albon too. Norris also consistency into 139s. So yeah. And Haas looks very fast also. So performance looks like it's not an issue for now. True. Okay, I think we should do a teammate poll. Who is gonna do better? But which teammates we should compare? Let me know in chat. Who do you want to see compared in a poll? Some comparisons for Bottas and Perez. I think we compared. Well, I don't know Berman and Ocon. That could be interesting for comparison. Lando and Oscar. Yeah, let's do Lando and Oscar. Let's go. So, who will score more points in 2026, Norris or Piastri? Zach Brown yesterday was saying that they still won't have the PIA rules. Only they will intervene when they really think is needed, but the drivers would be free to race like last year. So I don't know how happy was Piastri with how it turned out last year, but apparently McLaren says all good. So far, Piastri has 55% of the vote, 54. Predictions for 2026 championship. Well, I don't have predictions, but I have my bingo card, and maybe you can see there what are my predictions for 2026 really. And actually, you can drop your predictions in the Racing Statistics F1 Bingo League. So we will have some fun with it this whole season. So make sure you set up your profile, and you don't have even to make your choices right now. You can wait, but yeah, you can do your bingo cards now and change them later. That's not an issue. There's enough time. Favorite team. I'm gonna go 2026 with Ferrari. I don't have favorite team, but I want Ferrari to do well. Also Williams. Yeah, 420 likes. Let's ramp it up to 500. Red Bull has my favorite livery colors. Okay. A lot of cars on track now. Berman, Russell, Norris, Alonso, Colapinto, Verstappen, and Albon. Hamilton is still not seen on track. It's on Ferrari. Yeah. Still nothing from the first 5 laps that Hamilton did. We saw the pancake uh, rear wing, truly innovative. And let's see, I think they are adjusting something regarding that, but we will see how is it that a bad update or a good update? We won't know. Roses are red, violets are blue. Fernando Alonso is faster than you. Probably accurate for many drivers on the grid. Not for all though. Is Aston limiting power again? Well, let's go with Alonso slap. I don't know if he's gonna push the next one, but we can see on the main straight if he's gonna go over 300 kilometers per hour. So right now in the speed trap, Behrman is the fastest with 326 kilometers per hour, followed by Norris 325. Russell goes to 308 on the main straight. Now we have Norris. Let's see if Norris is gonna push. He's pushing, goes over 300. Yeah, he just touches 300 kilometers per hour, so he's not really pushing. It will be Hamilton all day today. Also Verstappen, Albon, Lawson, Alonso, and Colapinto. Well, thank you, Andre. Yeah, thanks for the information. So we'll have 6 drivers all day today. Behrman goes through the main straight now. Let's see if he's gonna push. He goes 317 kilometers per hour. Now Colapinto. Colapinto going into the pits. Now Verstappen over 300, 305 kilometers per hour. Now let's see Albon. Albon pushing. Gets up to 297.8. Yeah, not really pushing. Russell again. Sold to 315 on the main straight. Fantastic job so far by Ferrari.
They should let teams run two cars in testing. Yeah, I don't think that they need to. They need just to focus on one. It's gonna be too much traffic. It's gonna obstruct the testing for everyone, and they really just need one car, and then they can duplicate whatever findings they have. Some updates they can do that on the other car too. Bottas on track. Let's see how quick Bottas is gonna go on the main straight. Is he pushing? Yeah, he's pushing, but not so much. Yeah, we won't see that. He's slowing down and going into the pits. Okay. Lewis Hamilton was going down the main straight this morning, and his rear wing appeared to flip when the slot gap in the rear wing closed, and that's because it was upside down when open to try. Yeah, but I think that was intended so that rear wing is like flipping like a pancake. Ferrari fans are seeing the data and remembering the history when they had effective leaders. This is our year. Yeah, the hype is coming again. Okay, Norris is coming through the straight before the main straight. Turn 13 to 14. So let's see if he's gonna go over 300. If he pushes, of course. Yeah, he's pushing. No, he doesn't even get to 300 kilometers per hour. 298. Berman, Albon, Bottas, and Norris are on track. Leclerc's not gonna be driving today. He's gonna come tomorrow whole day. No red flags today. Yeah, everything looking good. Yeah, Hamilton seems to be having some issue. So we are gonna be waiting and see if he comes out. 1 hour and 30 minutes until the session ends. Without battery, 298 is still bad. Who do you think will be slower, Aston or Cadillac? Well, let's put that in a poll and see what you guys think. I'm gonna put a couple teams. So this poll, I will end it. It seems like you think Piastri is gonna score more points than Norris, 57% of you. So let's do another poll. Which team will score least points? Cadillac will I think those are the three kind of competing for the least points. Okay, let's see what you think. Who is gonna be slowest from the three teams in the poll? Yeah, it seems like a lot of you think it's gonna be Cadillac. 62% so far, 60%, 58, 57. Okay. What's the issue with Ferrari? We don't know. They have been doing some changes with the rear wing. And yeah, we thought first maybe they are adjusting just, but it seems like, yeah, we are waiting for almost 2 hours for Hamilton to go out. Bottas with a new personal best, 1:41.664. Still 8 seconds behind the fastest, but it is his personal best. What happened with Ferrari? We're still waiting to see. We don't know. Ferrari hasn't been out on track since the first 5 laps of Hamilton. Yesterday, Aston were 2.5 seconds off the top, massive improvement from 4.5 to 2.5. Do you think Aston will catch up? They will be catching up, but let's see how fast and how big is the gap. Yeah, Aston have terrible gearbox. That's going to be a huge disadvantage over race distances and entire race weekends. Yeah, gearboxes will be very important in 2026 because of the harvesting of energy and clipping. Stroll will score points in one race. Well, there are some bingo cards in the league, so check the F1 bingo and maybe pick your Stroll card. Aston cannot be that bad, guys. Will improve fast. We will see. Aston won't be reliable. They have a lot of work to do. That's for sure that they have a lot of work to do. Cadillac is to be expected, but I have faith in Aston Martin and Honda to make a GP2 engine. Ferrari is trying different things. The rear wing is completely different than the rest. I am more for teams innovating than mindlessly run around the track putting 138 laps. Yeah, I agree and I'm all in for that. Let's see some innovation. So far, for the rear wings, we saw the Alpine one being different, and now the pancake wing for Ferrari. So we will see what works best. If Stroll scores a points, he'll immediately go down for the year. We have been roasting Stroll a lot since yesterday, so let's leave him be for today. It's Alonso Day. Which team will score least points? So far, 59% of you think it's gonna be Cadillac, 31% think it's gonna be Aston Martin, and 10% think it's gonna be Audi. From the data so far, do you think Vicarb will be a solid midfield team? Yeah, I think so. Although today we have only seen them for 8 laps. I mean, 4 of the 11 cars, they haven't done even double-digit laps. Well, Bottas now did 11, so, but still, 4 from the 11 cars is a lot. Not that much traffic today. Even though the session started really well, like almost everyone was coming out except for Cadillac. But then they went back into the pits and we never saw Audi, Racing Bulls, Hamilton, and we are just seeing back Cadillac. Red Bull Juniors don't have the drivers to be competitive. Yeah. Haas will probably be fifth. I think Haas is in a contention to be close to the top four teams. Stroll also got barely any points when Aston Martin was a rocket ship in 2022-2023, while Alonso was racking in podiums. Williams fifth, Haas sixth. I think Williams, Haas, and maybe Racing Bulls is the battle for fifth. So did we jinx Ferrari? I don't think so. They are just trying new things, and that's a good thing. Bottas, Albon, and Behrman are on track. Okay, we can end the poll. 59% of you think Cadillac will be last, 31 Aston, and 10% Audi. And Cadillac does look slowest, although Aston is probably looking like most unreliable one. What was the fastest time yesterday? It was just a little bit slower than today's. I don't remember exactly, but it was very close to what we have right now on the chart, 1:33.453. Okay, I am gonna be back into 1 minute. Stay with me. Okay, I'm back. For Lewis, the issue looks major. Team is not in a hurry though. Yeah, yesterday fastest was 1:33.459. And now we have 1:33.453, so really close. Seeing Pedro de la Rosa, the ambassador of Aston Martin. No, the time was not faster than today. Today is the fastest time so far in testing. Oh yeah, there's some tape flapping on the Cadillac car, like it got unglued or something. We see the Aston Martin again going out. Behrman, Bottas, Albon, and now Alonso are gonna be on track. Aston Martin stopped on the side of the pits. I think maybe he's gonna be testing the race start. I don't know. Yeah, it's a practice start. Let's see how it goes for Alonso. That was a practice start for Alonso. Now we see McLaren. Are they gonna do a practice start too? Yeah, it looks like their RPMs went quickly to 12,000 of Norris. I didn't see for Alonso. Now we're with a replay of Alex Albon. Let's see what happened here. He locked up. Yeah, he locked up. Didn't go out of the track, but yeah, that was a lockup. If it takes 2 minutes of revving to get off the line, then what's going to happen at the pit stops? No problem getting into the speed limit, problem is racing to the first corner. Yeah, they will need to be braking a lot earlier than previous years, so turn one is going to be interesting. If you brake too late, you might lock up, you might go straight through, and yeah, that's not going to be good. In 2029, they're banning one organization from owning two teams, so rumors are Horner might buy Racing Bulls. Okay, I haven't heard about that, but that's interesting if it happens. The new car is great, just massive problems with Honda. Lance is optimistic in helping the team find more time, so we will see. Still, Hamilton is not on track, we're still waiting. 1 hour and 20 minutes to go. Hopefully, he comes out for the last hour, the power hour. He has only 5 laps. Okay, Alonso apparently is going to be doing some long runs, so let's see. He's definitely not improving his time in Sector 1, yellow Sector 1, so yeah, very likely long runs. Lewis have 5 laps, but it says he has done 20 in his tire history. No, he has 5 laps, but yeah, though that is the history of the tires only. So those tires might have been used yesterday, and they have couple of laps in them, but he has done only 5 laps. What is Ferrari cooking? Apparently pancakes, looking at the rear wing today. He's coming out in the last 5 minutes and doing 132 flat. Let's see that. In terms of speed trap so far, Bierman and Russell 326 kilometers per hour. For the sectors, Norris has been fastest in all the 3 sectors. Verstappen is the second fastest in all of the 3 sectors, and Russell is the third fastest in all of the 3 sectors. So pretty consistent there. Again, I saw Norris pick that 13,000 RPMs for a short period. Yeah, I didn't saw that, but that is nice if they can go to 13,000. Let's see. He's now on the main straight. Yeah, it's 11,000 in the main straight in the 8th gear. Ferrari manages sub 133, I will take out a second mortgage and put it on Charles winning championship. Yeah, all the teams can do one below 133, but yeah, they're a bit sandbagging and testing. $460 likes. If you haven't already, click the like button. Help us get to 500. Okay, we see 5 cars on track now. Bottas, Alonso, Russell, Colapinto, and Norris. Match is pushing. In the Aston Martin, but we are also seeing Russell doing a practice start in the pit lane. This is a replay of his start. Yeah, that worked fine. And seems after the start he's going very slowly on the track. So I don't know if there's some issue there or he's doing practice formation lap or he's just going slow. In the Mercedes garage, let's see. Don't know why FIA decided that the electric engine only engages at 50 kilometers per hour. Stop inventing, guys. Yes, starts could be too easy if they had electric available from zero. Yeah, Russell did that very slow lap. I don't know what was happening. He did a practice start and then he went really slowly for the whole lap. Like practice formation lap, maybe? I don't know. Now we see Bottas, Colapinto, Norris, Russell, and Behrman out of the pits. Six cars on track now: Russell, Bottas, Norris, Bortoleto, Colapinto, and Behrman. I heard Sam Collins say they found another loophole in the mount rotation. I don't know if that's a loophole, but yeah, the rotation is like it's flipping like a pancake. The rear wing they were testing earlier this morning, but they did only 5 laps, so we don't know. Maybe there was an issue with that. Was expecting better from Audi, or maybe they are the ones sandbagging really hard. Yeah, we will see. Very few laps today, only 9 laps. But yeah, we see Bortoleto out on track now, so maybe he's gonna put nice laps into the last hour and 7 minutes. Ferrari had an issue with their DRS rear wing. It broke. I don't know if it broke. It should have been like that. Yeah, they were apparently trying it to flip 180 degrees. Four 182 likes. 18 more until 500, the big milestone. Bottas is improving his time. Green sector 1. His previous fastest lap is 1:41.664. Gabriel Bortoleto has just set a new personal tie, 1:35.741. That still puts him in P7. Bottas improved 1:48.98. Still P11. Sun is out on track. 9 laps for this session. We have Norris, we have Russell, Bortoleto, and Bottas. Now Verstappen is coming out too. Everyone is getting prepared for the last hour of the session, the power hour. But we do not see Hamilton yet. Six cars on track. 500 likes. Thank you so much, everyone. We've hit 500 likes before 1 hour before the session ends. Each track is going to have software laid out for the car for harvesting and deployment. So when the driver said that the cars are complicated, it's very true. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of things to remember for the drivers, and they will have to be adapting live. So it will depend a lot from the car ahead. When is the car using the battery? If you want to overtake them, you will have to adapt your battery usage, where you're harvesting, where you're using it. So it's gonna be very unpredictable, and they can't just decide what is the best setting and go with it. I mean, maybe for quali they will have such setup and layout, and you know, like you harvest here, you push there, but in the race it's gonna be a lot different. It will depend from the car behind you when they are gonna attack you, from the car ahead of you, where they are defending well, where they're using the battery. So very, very, very dynamic racing. I mean, maybe that's what's gonna bring into more overtakes, because okay, we saw the Lawson lost the rear of the car for a bit, but he pulled it back. And we see Lawson setting a new personal best, 137.957. Hamilton is still nowhere to be seen. 7 cars on track. Alonso is leaving the pits now. Yeah, Hamilton is in the garage since the beginning. He did 5 laps and then we haven't seen him back on track. They are trying a new rear wing and I don't know what's happening. They are having some issues for sure. Max and Hajar were first to figure out turn 10. Yeah, they're going into gear 1, but other drivers like Mercedes and I believe McLaren also, Yeah, McLaren is going into gear 1, but I think Mercedes is not going into gear 1. They are just using gear 2 to gear 7. I don't know if that's because they are sandbagging or that's just the way they are going to use it. They always run in second gear due to their higher gear ratio. 8 cars on track now. So we are missing, who are we missing? Of course, the Ferrari. We are missing Colapinto. And we are missing Albon. And we are 57 minutes into this session. Well, 57 minutes left from the morning session. Still seeing the replace of the Hamilton's rear wing. That's really interesting. Mr. Simple Lin, yeah, the rear wing wasn't broken. That's the way they were testing it. I fear we won't see Cadillac make it to the start. This is very slow. We will see. I mean, this is just testing. They are a new team. They have a new car. They have experienced drivers. So we have to trust that they know what they are doing. Apparently, everyone except Ferrari has been using first gear 10-20% of the lap. I'm guessing Mercedes are seeing if they can do this too, or if they need to change something. Yeah, Mercedes also has been mostly using gear 2 to gear 7, so not that much gear 8 and not that much gear 1. They reversed their front wing, yeah. But it turns out to be a terrible upgrade. Well, we don't know yet. They just did 5 laps. I don't know if that's why they are not coming out, because that turned out bad, or yeah, maybe they are just adjusting. Cadillac has been in race pace mode since last week. I doubt they will want to challenge for pole position this year. Yeah, I agree. Their focus should be on the race pace, because for pole they will probably be the backmarkers, but if they are reliable, they can finish the race. Anything can happen. We saw a purple mini sector from Behrman in sector 1, but that was it. Then he was going slower. It was probably not stable enough and they scared it will fall off or something. We don't know. We can just assume. But it looked innovative for sure. Everyone is posting about this. This rear wing of Ferrari. It's all over the social media. It looks really, really interesting. It would be so nice for us to be able to see also the team radio messages, but I guess because it's testing, they want to keep that private. But it would be so nice to see what they are saying and try to figure out what's happening from that. So according to some telemetry data, Ferrari can gain 8 to 10 kilometers per hour more on the straights compared to the other teams. And that is all thanks to this new wing that they displayed on track today. So everyone is really surprised by their solution. Well, that sounds good for Ferrari, but why are they not on track testing this wing more? Now we have 9 cars on track: Alonso, Albon, Bottas, Bortoleto, Behrman, Colapinto, Lawson, Russell, and Verstappen. We are just missing the Ferrari and the McLaren. But I'm sure McLaren is going to come out soon, so almost everyone on track for the last 52 minutes. Thanks, Rachel Statistics. Time I got some sleep. See you tomorrow. Yeah, see you 65 the Blue Hawk. Yeah, you are you are sleepy. Honda engine is using 75% power, so this is not GP2 engine. Yeah, but if it overheats, if it goes to 100%, they will need to force it to be a GP2 engine so it doesn't overheat. This year is definitely our year. Said every Tifosi fan every year. Okay, Alpine going a bit off track. Managed to keep it in. So I legit thought the Ferrari wing is something broken. Yeah, if you see it first time, it looks like something got broken, but yeah, it seems like they are being innovative, which is good. I mean, if they can get 8 to 10 kilometers an hour speed on the straights, this is huge. First, we thought the Alpine rear wing was innovative, but now Ferrari is coming with a completely different thing. So which one is going to do better? We will see. Albon going into the pits. And he's going to be quickly there for about yeah, I think he's going to go out again. Track temperature is 44, almost 45 degrees. Air temperature 27 going to 28. So pretty nice weather. The wind is picking up. It was about 5 kilometers per hour in the morning. Now to 14, 15 kilometers an hour. So a bit more wind. So Alonso reaching 327 kilometers per hour. Well, let's see him now in the main straight. Maybe he's gonna push. It seems like in the previous lap he was pushing green mini sectors. Let's see if he is gonna push now, although he has Verstappen ahead of him, so maybe that will prevent him to push. He let Verstappen through, and now maybe he's preparing for a fast lap. Let's see. I'm looking at the RPMs of Alonso and the top speed. No, he's not pushing. He's actually stopping and he is going into the pits. Okay. That was a fake out. Bottas going quite slow. Bottas, Albon, Colapinto, Behrman, and Verstappen are now the only ones on track. See Behrman. Yeah, they're making some rear changes, but it's unsure. Verstappen long run. Let's see. Verstappen. Let's scroll down. So on the mediums, he has been doing some good laps, consistent 139.5, 0.2, 0.1, 0.4, 0.9, 0.5, 0.8, and then into 140s, low 140s. So very consistent, nice stint for Verstappen. Then the previous one, again, in 139s, similar range. Yeah, those are the two stints or long runs on the used medium tires. And that's everything that Verstappen has done today. So let's go now Norris. Norris is doing similar stints, but on unknown tires, test tires. So a bit slower than Verstappen, 139, 140. Previous one same, 139, 140 for Norris. And yeah, those are the only two long runs of Norris in this session. Now let's see for Russell. Russell, well, this stint is all over the place, so I wouldn't say this is a long run. Maybe it is, but it's not very consistent. The previous one was better, 137, 138. And then before that, he had a nice stint all in 137s on the medium tires. All the stints for Russell are on the medium tires. On the hards, this is kind of consistent stint around 138, 137. And previously, yeah, those were just fast laps and cooldown laps. Now Albon. Albon with a nice consistent stint on the mediums around 141s, 142s. Previous one similarly, 142, 143. So yeah, two big stints, two big long runs for Albon. Behrman, he's doing a quicker long run, 139, 138 on the mediums. And similar, the previous one very consistent around 138, 139. He also has a stint on the test tires. This is a bit slower, 139, 140. And those are the three stints, long runs for Behrman. Now let's see Colapinto. Colapinto currently, yeah, he's on a long run, but this is not very consistent, only 2 laps consistent. What do we see? Before that, he had a long run around 139s, another one similar 139s, and a third one around 138. So that's for Colapinto. Bortoleto, not very consistent runs, so there's no long stint really. Alonso, yeah, he hasn't done any long runs. He was basically in and out of the pits. Then we have Lawson, a pretty consistent stint on the hards, used hard tires around 139. A short one, I guess, 5 laps. Actually, 4 laps. Previously, yeah, he hasn't been running much today. Then Hamilton, just 5 laps. We didn't see more. Bottas, now let's see. Bottas, these are very consistent times, but very slow. 140, 142, then 43 on the hards. Previously, he was doing on the mediums. And as you know, Cadillac is the only team that has brought a set of tires from each of the 5 offered sets from Pirelli. So they really want to test all the tires and see how the car works because it's a new car. So that's part of the reason why they are slower than the other teams. But yeah, this is a long run in the mediums, 142, 143. And these are the 2 long runs for Bottas. So that's what we have so far. On track we see Norris, Alonso, Behrman, Albon, Bortoleto is coming out, and Bottas. Still no sign of Hamilton. I don't think that he's gonna be coming out. I mean, it's 39 minutes. Soon we will start to get in 20 minutes time, I guess we will start to get the tests for the red flag and for the systems. So everyone will come in and come out. So there's not much time for Hamilton to come out. I don't know if he's going to be coming out at all. I was hoping to see them into the last hour. But yeah, it is what it is. How much patience does I guess Drugovic have? He's in tight spot. He would have to stick with Aston. Cadillac about to get lapped by the entire field. Yeah. Oh, they have bags of ice, bags with ice on balls. Yeah, it can get pretty hot in the cockpit, I guess. Dragovic should be instead of Stroll in a fair world. Well, it is not a fair world. Well, Ferrari are either really confident or they really screwed up something. We don't know. But that looked very innovative, and analysts are saying that with that rear wing, they might be getting 8 to 10 kilometers per hour on the main straight. So it's like, it's a big boost if that's gonna work. Unless it flies away and causes a red flag. Will there be some shocking driver transfers for 2027? Well, let's first go through 2026. We have a silly season in the middle. Yeah, and anything can happen, and there's always the Red Bull second driver seat. Will there be changes there? Will Hajar be able to keep it? We don't know. Anything can happen. I mean, if Cadillac is too slow, they can't even start the race, can they? Well, this is testing, so it's intended to be slow. I think they are just more focused on setting up the car so they can finish races rather than be competitive in qualifying. So even if they're slower, yeah, I think they will be in the race day. Drugovic is now in Formula E. I imagine he has a few choice words about Aston Martin. Cadillac will either be HRT or Sauber 2015 version in their first session. We will see. Yeah, Drugovic race in Formula E. I have a question. If you were to make a top 3 of this year's cars, what would the top look like in your opinion? Well, I said that
I think the top four are still the top four, but I can't really choose. If I have to choose, I would put a Red Bull in top four just because of that second seat. But I think Verstappen is going to be outperforming that car and still be competitive for the wins. But otherwise, yeah, McLaren, Mercedes, Ferrari, Red Bull, those are the top four, and I think they're still going to be the same top four for 2026. This is testing, so if something breaks here, it is good because they can fix it. Exactly. If it breaks in Melbourne, well, then that is not going to look very good. Mercedes, McLaren, Ferrari in that order, closely followed by RB. Yeah, I would say something around that. But I am putting more money on Ferrari. The big four, yeah, exactly. Sleeves, who should go in his place? Maybe Piastri. Well, I have no idea. Haven't really spent some time to think about it. But if Piastri has another unsatisfying season in McLaren, I think he's going to be looking for a way out. And a lot of teams will be looking, I mean, a lot of top teams will be looking for Piastri because he has proven that he can compete in the highest level. Top 3 in constructors' points: McLaren, Ferrari, and Mercedes, according to Still a Fossil. Igor says McLaren has a Mercedes engine body. No way they are slower than Ferrari by August. We will see. That is still not voted, and we don't know if the change is going to happen in August. Maybe they will request the change sooner, so we will see. Or maybe this flip flop rear wing will keep Ferrari close to the Mercedes engines. Why would Piastri switch to a team which is unable to build a car that works for anyone, not Verstappen? Maybe that will change in 2026. As I said, we were hoping for this season that finally Red Bull has two cars in the top and not just Verstappen. So this is the perfect setting for that. We have the new regulations, the new cars. They have Hajar, and Hajar was looking really good in Racing Bulls, so they need to do this right now. Liam Lawson set a new personal best, 136.959, and Bottas improving again, 140.193. Bottas already put 43 laps, that's really good. They were very late to start this session, but still put enough laps. I think from all of the cars on track this session, yeah, Bortoleto has only 21 laps, Lawson 20 laps, but I guess they will be doing a lot more laps in the last 13 minutes. And then, yeah, Hamilton with only 5 laps. Still nothing from Hamilton. There's a good chance the Red Bull will be uncompetitive, though. I don't think so. I think Red Bull is going to be still competitive. I mean, we see their engine is looking good. And even Toto Wolff has said that they are the benchmark, although I don't know how. Maybe he's just sandbagging and trying to put the spotlight from Mercedes on Red Bull, but they are looking good. They are looking reliable. They are setting up some fast times. Maxis seems like the energy replenishing and deployment works really well with the Red Bull. So we will see, but I think the Red Bull is going to be competitive. At least the Red Bull of Max Verstappen is going to be competitive. I don't know if Hajar will be able to keep up.
Max has a car within 4 tenths, he will compete. I agree. I like the Haas livery too. They made Racing Bull slightly worse than last year's. Also, Piastri got preferential treatment multiple times at McLaren. People just remember that one time he had to let Norris pass again and pretend he's number two driver. He isn't, they are even. I don't know. I don't think they were even last season, but yeah, he was let through in couple scenarios, but I don't know if they would let him through in a more tense situation. My favorite livery is Cadillac. Okay. I kind of miss some colors on Cadillac, but it's looking okay. Nobody has Red Bull on top like in 2022. What do you think? Another 2012 level championship? That would be amazing if we can see that. All the four teams battling and the midfield following closely. Yeah, that would be amazing. Yeah, but I think what will save Hajar is the fact that the Big Four is so far ahead of the rest, so at worst he will be finishing P8. Well, we don't know if that's gonna be the case. I mean, we saw previously how much Yuki struggled and he was struggling to get into the points. And yeah, previously also Lawson. I mean, if he can constantly get P8 or above, yeah, that might be easing the things for him. But if it's gonna be like with Yuki, and I guess if he can get to the performance of Perez, he's gonna be okay. Perez was constantly in the points. Well, maybe not towards the last season, but previously he was up there. He was on podiums. He was in top 5. He was in the points. If he can get to that, I think he's safe. Otherwise, it's just the Red Bull second seat curse going on. We are 28 minutes to go. After this, after the timer goes off and probably they'll do some maybe practice starts, the stream will stay on, so don't go anywhere. We will have a lunch break. I'll play some music and I will be back for commentating for the afternoon session. Then I'll have to take a break towards the end of the afternoon session. But yeah, I will be back in time to summarize the whole day. So don't go anywhere. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, like the stream, and yeah, the season goes on. Cadillac should have some yellow. I have seen the concept car liveries. They are better than this one. Yeah, I would like some yellow on the Cadillac, and because we also made them yellow in the timings, it's kind of weird to see yellow in the timings and in the minimap and then see the car is all gray and white. Audi will pull Brown GP. That's a bold claim, but let's see. We are seeing Mercedes McLaren on top, but we are forgetting that Ferrari and Audi are the only ones whose fuel supplies have got their biofuel approved. Yeah, that is an advantage to them. But I'm sure the others will sort it out. Audi have been silent these 3 tests in Spain and Bahrain twice. Ferrari ran until Sir Lewis Hamilton ran out of gas. That was more data. That engine would also be fried because these ICs do not like to run lean. Do you think there's some kind of problem with the new rear wing of Ferrari? Hamilton is more than 3 hours in the box. We don't know, but that looked really innovative and I'm looking forward to see more of that on track. But I don't think Hamilton is gonna be coming out. Yeah, it's 25 minutes and soon we'll have the red flag procedure testing. So not much time for Hamilton, even if he comes out right now. He is left with almost whole session in the pit stop. 344 kilometers per hour was the highest top speed in the last week. That Red Bull is way too fast, Lord Russell. Maybe Ferrari does not want to show that rear wing anymore to the rivals. Well, it could be. They want to give them less time to copy them if they are gaining 10 kilometers per hour on the straights. Okay, Hamilton engine has started, someone is saying, but I don't see it started. It's still 0 RPMs. Let's see if we can see some footage from the pit stops, but I don't see Ferrari. It's siesta time, yeah. Ferrari is probably changing the engine for tomorrow. As far as I'm aware, it is the only team that only used one engine. I think they are with new engine today, but maybe I'm wrong. They used one engine in Barcelona uh, in the last week testing in Bahrain and yesterday. The amount of cameras that will focus on Ferrari when it comes out. Yeah, I think if they come out, like every camera is gonna be not just on the Ferrari but on that rear wing. Like everyone is gonna be analyzing that. And could be that that's why they are not coming out. I mean, they have done so many laps. They are into the top 3 teams of the number of laps, so maybe they don't need that much time today. So if they can shorten the day, if they can shorten one day from other teams analyzing their rear wing, why not? He's now doing a fast lap, but he's yellow in sector 1, yellow in sector 2, and let's see how he goes for sector 3. And he doesn't improve. 139.8, way slower than 133.453. He's on the hard tires though, 14 lap hard tires. What if it's Ferrari's year this year? Copium for the Tifosi and hope. Yeah, this was full day for Lewis, but hopefully we see him in the afternoon. I think we will. Okay, so yes, the Red Bull fuel is confirmed. Their supplier ExxonMobil confirmed it. Okay, there's a confirmation for that. So we are waiting for the Mercedes fuel. We have 5 cars on track. Bottas, Lawson, Berman, Verstappen, and Norris. 21 minutes to go. I don't think we're seeing Hamilton coming out this session, so probably he's already out for lunch. Ferrari are making biofuel out of Tifosi steers. Spacecraft. Okay, the racing guy wants Porsche to make it into F1. That would be nice to see. This will be their final B-spec car, making it fully up to date on their development, very close to the innovations they have currently. This final car is 1.2, 1.5 seconds faster than the car in Barcelona. Okay. Later, it's gonna be Hamilton all day. If he comes out. Are you telling me that Ferrari doing 5 lap is according to their plan? No, of course not. I don't think so. If that's their plan, then that's an interesting plan. Porsche should buy Ferrari and change the color to yellow and make the logo a frog or something. They are making net zero fuel developments as if racing cars around the track. And jet setting around the world has no effect. True, yeah. We've been hearing them explaining how they are not contributing to pollution, but that is not a conversation for Formula One, I think. With everything going on and flying from race to race, yeah. Here with a replay of the Haas. Okay, we see a big lockup in front of the Haas. I think that is McLaren. Yeah, that's McLaren. The idea is that biofuels promotes development of biofuels for use in normal vehicles. Okay, if that is happening, then yeah, that might be an effect, but still, if you're just looking for Formula One, they are not. This is not the sport that is least polluting, I would say. Jeremy Clarkson had a great explanation even for electric motors that cause more pollution to the world than petrol engine cars. Well, I have to take a look at that. Yeah, Hamilton motor engine is disabled, I believe. So he's not coming out. 17 minutes till the end of the session. Sustainable fuels are being developed from carbon extracted from air. Yeah, but then they go back into the air again. I guess maybe not in that form, but I was more saying that okay, maybe for the cars they are developing something that doesn't pollute that much, but all the logistics, all the traveling, planes, trucks, everything, so this is a very expensive sport. I mean, what is happening? I haven't read this. I think there was an article explaining very well what happens with all the tires, used tires, because the amount of tires that are being used in Formula One is insane. Yeah, I agree. Still absolute nonsense considering they fly jets full of engine, F1 teams all around the world, and all the drivers have private jets. Yeah, exactly. Besides changing to biofuels, there also needs to be like a mentality change in whole F1 paddock, I think. Because now it's all luxury and that is being promoted. We're seeing celebrities, especially in the USA. And yeah, you see the prices of the tickets. Everything is costing, everything is becoming way more costly. Someone saying it was a rear wing issue, it flipped too much. I think that was intended to flip that much, but I don't know why they are not coming out. Or maybe this was accidental discovery from Ferrari. It accidentally flipped that much and now they are like, okay, maybe we need to make it like this. An accidental brilliance. This is the first session, still on right. Yeah, this is the first session. It ends in 15 minutes. Then we have lunch break and second session, but we will be live, so don't go anywhere. The stream will stay on. We'll have some music for the lunch. Seeing a pit stop for Mercedes, and immediately they are stopping. A bit of an issue with the stream. Sorry, that was my internet and Streamlabs messing around. So yeah, I think we're back. If you can confirm in chat if you can see the stream, that would be great. Otherwise, please try to refresh, and I think it should be fine now. Should make tires from old Nokia 3310. They would last with one set for the whole season. Yeah, right. Yeah, the top 4 teams are still the same from last season. Haas has a high chance of top 5 and everything stays the same for testing. I agree with this pretty much. Okay, Hurricane says I can see it refreshing. Now it should be back already. Bortoleto setting a new personal best, 135.263. Into P5 for Bortoleto. I'm gonna try to pull up the images, the image of the tires they have available. So let's see how that works, because I think it's gonna fit well below the timings. Yeah, there it is. Let me make it bigger. And now you have all the tires that the teams have chosen for the whole test today. Not just today, this whole 3 days. So they have, let me see, 24 sets of tires for this 3 days. And they can choose from a range of C1 to C5. Last week, they had, I think, 28, so more tires to choose from. to take with them, but they could choose only C1, C2, and C3. So that is a difference from this test to the last week's test. Bigger choice there for the teams now. Oh, they remembered who they are. Yeah, they did. P5 for them right now. Only 1.8 seconds behind the fastest time of Norris. We see 5 cars on track: Berman, Albon, Verstappen, Bottas, and Norris. 9 minutes to go. Okay, Hamilton seems to be coming out. He's getting into the car into the last 9 minutes. Let's see. Everyone wants to see that wing. Okay, he's back into the car. The car is ready. Still no wheels, but he seems to be coming out for sure. They're kind of in a rush to get everything ready for the last 9 minutes. This will be interesting to see. So yeah, looking forward to seeing Ferrari back on track. Hopefully, is the same rear wing. Andrew says, "I bet the wing will be closed all the time." Yeah, they might be trolling us. The car is still not on. Yeah, it also didn't have the front wing, but Hamilton was getting in for sure. He's getting ready to come out on track. Yeah, he won't get many laps. I mean, I don't think he's get more than 2-3 laps, but it's more like maybe he's trying to do the practice starts and yeah, just one more test of the rear wing, hopefully. We have 594 likes. Okay, red flag. Now we have the usual test, so no one stopped, no one crashed, but we have a red flag. Audi could be a pain to overtake. Okay, the engine is up, the Ferrari engine. The car is up, the front wing is on, and the tire blankets are on the tires, so they're getting ready to get him out. But now it's a red flag, so I don't know if he's gonna go out right away or wait for the red flag to be cleared. I don't know if he's allowed to go out now. They will need to wait, and there's a lot of cars on track, 4 cars, so they will need to come in and then someone is waiting to get out once the red flag comes off. Hamilton is out. He is in the pit lane waiting for the green lights to go out. Right behind, I think that's Cadillac, or I'm not sure. The rear wing is closed. Or maybe that's Williams, I'm not sure. Yeah, that must be Williams because Cadillac is on track. Everyone is watching for the Ferrari rear wing now. The most exciting part of today. Norris, Bottas, and Verstappen are going into the pits. And soon the red flag should be cleared. Hamilton came out just for a red flag. Yeah, he's not out on the track yet, but he's waiting in the end of the pit lane, along with the Williams, I believe. So once we get green lights, he's gonna be out. As a new team in Formula One, Audi appears to be performing well. Yep. Well, they are not completely new. They took over Sauber, but it's a new team. Not like Cadillac, but still okay. Uh, quick pit stop for Max Verstappen. I don't know if he's gonna go out again or that was it. So now we have 4 cars waiting for the green lights. Come on. Audi is a successful brand. They can reach the top with time. Yep, they can. Still waiting. Okay, the track is clear and cars are going on track. Hamilton is first, Russell, Behrman, and Norris. Let's see now that wing. I'm a bit behind with the visuals, so let us know in chat what is happening with the rear wing. Is it still the same? No, I think they switched to the previous one. I couldn't see really. Or is it the same one? That was short, so I couldn't see. Yeah, the camera is on Ferrari. Let's see how it's gonna flip. Okay, yeah, there it is. It's the full 180 degrees. That's really interesting. Will be good to see some telemetry. I mean, if he does some quick laps with this wing, like what happens when he opens the wing, how the car behaves, and what the telemetry looks like. Yeah, I think might be slightly different from this morning. Maybe they changed something, but I'm not sure. I need to take a look at the videos from the morning and these ones. They are gonna do some practice starts. One is getting on the track. Let's see the start. 4 cars. Okay, no, it's not gonna be a start. This is just an extra formation lap, and we will wait them to go around one more time. No, he didn't stall. He was bringing the revs up and actually tried to practice start. Yeah, he just did a practice start. It wasn't bottling it. So they are doing an extra formation lap and they will do the actual start right now. And then they are going to just go into the pits and we end this session. So stay into the stream. The stream will be on. We will have some nice music after this. and I will be back after the lunch break. But let's first see the start. So here we'll have first a blue light and then the standard 5 lights. So that's a bit of a change. Everyone getting to the main straight. So yeah, so the blue light is basically a 5-second warning before the first red light. We're getting more and more lights, and there are lights on the car. New safety lights. Okay, yellow flags are shown. I think everyone started, but I see Norris behind. Let's see. No flashing lights for Hamilton. He didn't have one yesterday too. Yeah, we saw the blue light. And everyone are going except of Norris. Yeah, he was just waiting, same as previously. Yeah, that Ferrari launch was looking good, getting everyone hyped up. And we have the red flag again, so they are just gonna go into the pits. And that's gonna be the end of the session. We have Norris, Verstappen, Russell, Albon, Bortoleto, Behrman, Colapinto, Lawson, Alonso, Hamilton, and Bottas in that order for the times. For the number of laps, we have the most laps for Russell 77, then we have Norris 72 and Albon with 71. For the ones with least laps, there's Hamilton with 5, but that innovative rear wing. Then there is Alonso with 40 laps and Bortoleto with 29. Those are the 3 drivers with least laps. Now we see again a replay of the launch. Let's see how did Ferrari go. Yeah, that was really quick. Same for Haas too. Haas had a great launch too. Stay into the stream. I'm gonna play you some music and I'm gonna be back before the lunch break ends. Remember to subscribe to the channel, like the stream, and see you in 1 hour. Radio check, radio check. Okay, we are back and the session is starting. We have Hamilton going first on track. He has put only 5 laps and I saw a lot of you were asking about him in the chat, but he is now on track. So hopefully we see more from Hamilton today in this afternoon session. Yeah, Lewis is coming from the pits. Let's see if it is still that floppy wing. I just need to update a bit the charts. The commentator joining soon. Now is better. See the McLaren garage, they are working heavily on the car. And now we are into Cadillac's garage. Hamilton is the only one on track right now. I'm gonna remove the tires and the lap stints. I will make them smaller because now we're gonna have other drivers out on track and we wanna see their times too. I think 16 is enough, maybe even too much. Maybe 15 drivers is enough to see for today. Yeah, if we're missing some driver, you will let me know and we will make more. But I wanted to see the lap times also. We're seeing at Hamilton. Did Norris get anti-stall in the launch in the end? It seems so. Okay, now we see Alonso coming out of the pits and Hamilton is setting his new personal best 139.423. There's a rear wing Ferrari. Yeah, we don't have news about why Hamilton was in the pits the whole time. Yeah, you can bet all the cameras will be on that rear wing from here on out. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, look at it. Ah, they changed the rear wing. Changed the wing. So they just teased us a little bit and now they are back to the old wing. Alonso, let's see. Fernando Alonso. Also, Hulkenberg is starting. Yeah, they removed the wing.
F1 TV, yeah. Well, I'm watching with multi-viewer, but you should be able to click on the three dots on the top right and you will get the telemetry there. Okay, so Ferrari are back on the old, with the old rear wing. We were all excited to see it, and all the cameras are on the rear wing, but yeah. Maybe it's not up to expectations. Maybe they're trying to hide something. Ferrari going back into the garage. So they were just coming out to show us, okay, no more floppy wing, and they went back into the garage. Yeah, it seems like 5 lap isn't nearly enough to judge a wing unless it was truly awful. Maybe they need a term of comparing. First take measurements with conventional one, then do the same with the new one. Yeah, but will they be changing again? I think they should have done that into the morning session, because if it if they didn't come out because they took them so much time to do the change, now they are going to lose a lot of time into this session too. And Hamilton needs to put in some lap times. Hulkenberg is improving. Purple mini sector in sector 1. Alonso, Antonelli also is pushing. Let's see. Alonso, where is Alonso? He's not pushing, but let's stay with Nico Hulkenberg. Green. Well, of course, he's going to have green sectors. We see Hamilton. Well, actually, Verstappen. He still isn't with the helmet, so he's not going to be coming out soon. Hulkenberg going over the start finish line. P6, actually P8, 135.864. Yellow flag is shown. What happened? Why do we have yellow flag? Let's see. Yeah, this is Hulk's push lap. But let's see, yellow flags. I don't know what happened for the yellow flags. Maybe some debris. Can't see. Now we are back to green, but why we got the yellow flags? Yeah, Hamilton is back in the pits. See now the Aston Martin of Fernando Alonso. I think he might be pushing now. No, he's not yet. Antonelli, Alonso, and Hulkenberg on track, with Antonelli setting a new personal best 138.293. The Ferrari wing went into a lift mode before the downforce mode. See, they change it again later, yeah. Yeah, they must be testing something. I mean, that's why we're here today. Try to be innovative, try to do some tests, try new things, and try to reveal as least as possible while learning as much as possible about your car. The season will be strange. Indeed, it will. This now we look at Esteban Ocon with the Haas. He's getting ready to go out, getting his mirrors cleaned. Antonelli is going back into the pits while we see Lawson and Colapinto out. Fernando Alonso locked up and he went out of track a bit. The battery charging is creating some of those lockups we see, yep. It would be really weird to have the rear generating lift when suddenly slamming back to downforce. Hulkenberg pushing again, green sector 1. Let's go with Nico. Yellow sector 2, but he's still pushing. See, improving in third sector, and he didn't improve his time. Yeah, very close to his previous time, 1:35.939, but two green sectors. Lawson, Alonso, Hulkenberg, and Colapinto are on track now. Yeah, Hulkenberg in the speed trap went 340 kilometers an hour. The second best for today is Bortoleto 337. So Audi is going really, really top speed. Like they are really achieving the top speed. But they need to be good into the corners too if they want to be competitive. So far, they are looking good, at least on the straights. Going into the pits, that Lawson. Lawson did a lap or two and going back into the pits. I have Audi and Hulk making lots of noise this year. Anyone else? Well, I think Bortoleto also. He's gonna be making some noise. Uh, Happens with Liam Lawson. Yeah, he stops to the side of the pit stop, and I think he's gonna be testing for a race start. Let's see how that goes for him. We're once again seeing the lockup of Aston Martin. A lot of flat flat spots on that front left tire. Not looking very well. So on track again. I guess the test went. Okay, Hamilton uh, is coming out again. Maybe with the back with the other wing. Verstappen is coming out too, and Colapinto entered the pits. Yeah, exactly. Lunaris. Ferrari had issues in the morning. So far, they only did one proper lap, and we don't know more. Hamilton is out on track. I think still with that uh, old-fashioned wing, rear wing.
Yeah, they switched the wing for this session. They are back to the old one, the regular one. We're looking forward to the floppy one, the pancake. Ocon now, green sector one. He's going fast. 7 cars on track. Let's see Ocon. This will be his fast time, and he's going into P11, 138 for 114. Swansea wing is what broke. Hardly surprising when it has to rotate in the airstream at 100 miles per hour. Yeah, Hulkenberg 340 kilometers per hour. Okay. The car went off track a bit, I think. A lot of flat spots on those flat tires. You know, Isaac Hajar doing an interview live from the pit lane. He seems to be happy with the car and with the progress so far. It's from someone is mentioning Lyman Company. Let's see if we can get some footage of that. 701 likes. Thank you everyone for liking and subscribing to the channel. That really helps us out. How come there's no visual video of the broadcast, but you have to? I mean, there's visual broadcast the whole day. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. There is broadcast. Lewis is on track. Verstappen going back into the pits. Audi has much more complex aero than Aston. And Hamilton right now on track. Yeah, Hulkenberg is going even faster, 341 kilometers at the speed trap. Audi has some speed in them, for sure. So on stint, Hulkenberg goes back into the pits. Hamilton, new personal best 138.998.
Yeah, still the Hajar interview is ongoing. Antonelli improving. Two green sectors, sector 1, sector 2, and yeah, green sector 3. He goes P4, right behind his teammate, about half a second behind Russell. 1:34, 5 to 3. Okay, that's all from Hajar. Seems to be pushing again. Uh, some green mini sectors, but then he's slowing down. Maybe because he needed to let through Alonso. Let's see. He's still improving some mini sectors. Say that they're gonna do well because of 342 kilometers, but that's still one thing they're getting right. They're getting fast into the straights. Now they need to do that into the corners. Hamilton and Alonso side by side, and Hamilton goes through. Yeah, a bit of racing from Alonso and Hamilton. Too bad the camera is not showing that. Love to see them battle on the track with two competitive cars. Yeah, the old teammates. Now they're play Cam Leon Lawson. I think he might have locked up or what? He didn't really lock up, but he kind of missed the turn there. Let's see. Oh yeah, that was a lock up, and the car just lost balance in turn one. It's not the Honda engine, is the gearbox. Yeah, it's been 20 years since 2007. Yeah, 19 years. No pace for Hamilton today. Well, for Hamilton, we are more excited about the rear wing, but they switched to the boring one, let's say. In the morning session, they had the exciting rear wing. Yeah, on spec. Yeah, all the cars are performing better and they are faster.
Then the other test, I mean, we have the fastest time today of all of the testing in Bahrain last week and this day too. Can you scroll down so we can see Antonelli's laps? Let's see. I don't think that you can still see them, but I can read them to you. Yeah, he's very inconsistent, like 2-minute laps, so nothing to see. He had this one quick lap, then a cool down, then another slow lap, and yeah, nothing to see for his laps for now. Who we have on track? Verstappen, Piastri, Antonelli, Alonso, Lawson, and Hamilton. Let's see. Seeing the Hamilton laps, very consistent, 138, 139, 139.1, all of the laps. Yeah, very consistent stint for Lewis Hamilton. Looking good, yeah. It doesn't really matter top 5 in testing, more like just see them doing a lot of laps, being reliable, no problems. Yeah. Verstappen goes fastest. We have 133.444, 0.009 faster than Norris. Yeah, Max can do a 32 if he clears up the second sector. Second sector is the tricky one. Piastri, he loses a bit the car and he goes off track. Yeah. Piastri almost lost the car, but he saved it. Went off track and now he's back on the track again. Yeah, his battery has to be charged in the second sector. Stepping into the pits and now he's coming out again. Piastri setting his new personal best, 148.409. Oh, that's quite a slow time. I think I will need to drop the stints a little bit more because once Perez is out on track, we won't be able to see his time. So let me do that.
Okay, there it is. Sector times are from the last lap, not from the fastest lap. I will soon need to go and get something to drink because, yeah, my throat is dry. Yeah, the stints visualization is counting lap by lap for every driver, so that's why it's strange. So now it has all the other drivers from the morning session, and that's why it looks like it looks. But soon as these guys start to fill in more laps, we will see more. But it's really weird. Yeah, I agree. It counts these laps on the side for each driver individually. You should get some beers. Well, not beers, but maybe some tea or water. Yeah, that would be enough. Some progress team. Yeah. Right now we have Piastri, Hülkenberg, Verstappen, Lawson, Hamilton, Antonelli, and Alonso all on track. 3 hours and 26 minutes until the end of day two. Hülkenberg setting a new personal best 134.684. That's quite fast. It puts him P5. Hülkenberg is really pushing today. I mean, since the start, highest speed on the speed trap, now fifth fastest time. Audi is looking really good. And Bortoleto also, he's P7, 135.2. Yeah, Lewis is on longer stints, race simulation. Can we see Hamilton's stint? Yeah, sure. Let's see. Where is Hamilton? Yeah, he's doing like 140, 139. All laps are 139.1, then point 0.5, point 0.6, and now 140. So that is a nice consistent stint for Lewis Hamilton. Yeah. It is a test tire, the T tire. So we don't know actually what it is. No one actually, Piastri is improving. Some green mini sectors, but of course he's gonna be improving. He had a very slow time. Now he goes P9, 135, 489. Yeah, T tire is testing new compound. These times only indicate the teams are able to get the cars on track. Most of them, yeah, they are trying to just see if they can go a race distance and try not to DNF. For DNS in this season, that's going to be a big thing, DNS. What do you think the pecking order is? I don't know yet, but I would say
The top four from last year still are gonna be the top four. And then in the midfield, I think Haas is gonna do well. So yeah, Haas and Williams are kind of my top teams from the midfield. Leclerc won't be testing today. No, today is gonna be Hamilton. Hot take, Ferrari already saw the benefit from the new wing and don't want the other teams to reverse engineer in time for Melbourne. Ferrari is happy to continue to test other stuff for now. I'm hoping that's the case. Yeah, I'm hoping that Ferrari found something innovative and they can get some advantage. Yeah, I'm pretty bullish on them this year. Are the engines rev limited by the regulations? If I remember correctly, previously the maximum allowed revs were 15k, but in reality they only revved up to 1350. I don't know actually if they are regulated, by the new rules. So if anyone finds that, let me know. I still think McLaren has a better overall car than Red Bull. Yeah, that's very possible. They drove it 5 laps. There are more than enough images already to reverse engineer it. Well, yeah, but I think what they're meaning that they also need some telemetry data, so they can reverse engineer it now, but they don't know if this is better or worse. So if he has done some quick laps with this, they could see in the telemetry what happens when the rear wing opens. And right now, if he was doing a slower laps, you can't really see any distinguishment from the previous and this one. But some analysts are saying that Ferrari could gain 8 to 10 kilometers per hour on the straight with this new wing. No, they switch back to the old wing. They just let us see it in the beginning and in the end of the morning session, and that was it. Now they're hiding it. Yeah, I guess a lot of teams are already building a virtual test. I agree. No, I'm not from the UK. If you're asking me, you can see by the accent closely where I'm from. Are there image comparison of the wings? I have no idea what changed. You can find it on social media, on X mostly. Yeah, you can see a video there and everything. Yeah, this is definitely a long run for Hamilton. He pits and immediately goes out on track. There was a good pit stop for Ferrari. I wish we would see the data on the pit stops, like how fast they are. Is Stroll driving tomorrow or has he gone home? He's gonna be driving tomorrow. Yeah, Hamilton is putting some laps now. Already on 23, and he had 5 laps from the morning session. Seems like Piastri is improving a bit. Some green mini sectors. Let's see if he can improve his time. So, speaking about the innovation,
Piastri pushing towards the main straight. He didn't improve time, but this was a very close time to his previous fastest time. What are the blue mini sectors? Yeah, this question hasn't come up in a while. That is when drivers are going out of the pits and in the pits. You will see them only in the beginning of sector 1 and the end of sector 3. But also, if you want to know what every data point means here on the screen, you can do, let me see. You should get a link now in chat and you can click that link and there you will have explanation of every column, every data point, every color, everything what means. So perfect for beginners and for someone who is trying to understand everything around the sport. So let me know what you think about that. Still, I don't see the link uh, into the chat, but I think it should pop up soon. Let's see. I don't know why it is not showing up. It used to work, but anyway, you can see racing statistics f1.com. That's the website. Okay, there it is. Yeah, you can. Actually, I'm gonna pin this for now, so any beginner can take a look and let us know if you like it, what you wanna see there, and we can update it. The T tires, yeah, are testing tires, so we don't know what actually they are. Hamilton improving 138, 316. Still, that is P14 for him. Hi, John. Welcome to the channel. Miners, you need to see what is your official broadcaster from the country where you are from. Yeah, Audi is lovely. Simply lovely. They're saying the Ferrari wing was designed that way and has been used before years ago. Yeah, I don't remember it, but maybe. Maybe this is some old technology coming and being useful again. Now we see Antonelli and Piastri almost racing. Maybe we see a bit of action in Sector 2. Science is not coming out today, I believe. It's gonna be Albon all day. They shouldn't rely on the wing, but it is a good addition if it's gonna work. So, Aston Martin looking good today compared to yesterday. A lot better. Be behind.
I think he's gonna get half a day tomorrow because yesterday was all day Hajar. Any hope for Alonso fans? There's always hope. I think it makes the Aston new look lame. We will see. Maybe the other teams will adapt this wing too, or maybe it's gonna be the Alpine wing. We will see what will work best. How many laps Alonso on this stint? Well, let's see. Let's actually see the lap times of Alonso. This is a very long stint from Alonso. Uh, yeah, 141, 140. Nice lap times. Very consistent. He went once into the pits, and previously was 143, 144. So a very long, let's say two stints, but it's a long run definitely with one pit stop. A lot of laps. Yeah, very long and slow stint from Alonso. Oh, nothing is orchestrated. African that. This is just everyone trying to get it right with the new regulations and the new cars. We will see who gets on top. Where is Cadillac? Yeah, Cadillac is at the bottom. They look slow. Oscar Piastri setting a new personal best. 135.340, still P9. When did they switch to black? Weren't they dark red? Who switched to black? Can you show Hamilton long runs? Let's see. Hamilton. You can see it now on screen. Pretty consistent on the hard tires, 138.5, 139, 138.5. And previously he has been on the mediums, 139 consistent times. So nice long runs from Hamilton. Let's see if I can pull the information who has spent most time, not laps, on track. We can go through that. Okay, let's see now the analysis. You can see all the stints here, so I'm gonna try to see so many stints. Who has the longest stint? Yeah, this is so much data, I can't even look at it. Oh my god. So much data. Okay, let's go to the drive time. So today, George Russell has spent the most time on track, 4 hours and 32 minutes. Then second is Franco Colapinto, 3 hours and 43 minutes. Norris, 3 hours and 38 minutes. Behrman, 3 hours and 26. Albon, 3 hours 24. Lawson, 3 hours 12 minutes. Bortoleto is flat 3 hours on track. And yeah, everyone is kind of similar here, except for who is that at the top? I need to get up to see. Perez, 26 minutes only. Stroll, 46. But this is, I think, for yes, it comes with the data from yesterday because I forgot to turn it off. Okay, yeah, this is from yesterday too. Okay, it doesn't matter then. I cannot filter it only for today. I think Perez is gonna go out. Yeah, Perez is gonna be out, but Cadillac is coming out very late in the morning session. They weren't out until 2 hours into the session, so we will see. Probably late in the afternoon session too. The stint from Alonso is impressive. He drives a really long time. Looks like the main problems from the Honda power unit are solved. Well, I don't know if the power unit is to full capacity, but we will see. There are short yellow flags. Well, not short, that's a yellow flag. Is that Alonso? Alonso is tapped on track. Yeah, we jinxed him. We jinxed him, guys. That was a very long stint, but a red flag. Alonso caused a red flag. Well, I doubt what happened. GP2 engine, yeah. Everyone typed GP2 engine in the chat. GP2 engine. I hope it didn't overheat because he had a lot of laps. He didn't crash, he just stopped on track. Let's see. Yeah, it's red flag. We might see crash soon if there's a red flag. GP2 engine. That is a test compound, T. We don't know what is exactly. Oh my god. That's so bad for Aston Martin. This was a good day. But there's not a day gone by without troubles for Aston Martin. Let's see. On board with Alonso. He takes turn 1, turn 2, all looking good. And then just losing power and stopping. Yeah. He tried to push the revs up. But yeah, the car just stopped. And more unreliability for Aston Martin, not looking good. Probably out of fuel like Hamilton. Let's see if we can get the information. Maybe it's fuel. Hopefully it's fuel and not like some engine issues. Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't sound like it's the power unit. But yeah, if it's the fuel, that's okay. Someone is saying is the engine. Someone is saying is most of you say is the fuel. No fuel. He revved it high, but it was in neutral. Or the engine just exploded. Yeah. Looks like the fuel, but let's have a confirmation. Still don't know. See now the car is gonna get moved off track. It's gonna be picked up, and we're gonna take another look of the floor of this car. Not Newey is not gonna be a big fan of this. Imagine F1 engine starts stopping during a race. Well, so far since 1950, there has been 2026 engine-related DNFs. So maybe that's a sign. We're into the 2026 season. Maybe this is gonna be the season with a lot of engine DNFs. And Danny Jones says teams run out of fuel on purpose. It's good for data. But let's see if it really was that. I wanted to see some confirmation, but I can't find it anywhere. Yeah, I guess we'll know if it's fuel or something worse based on how long it takes for him to get on track. Now we see the black safety car looking nice. They are gonna do a spin around the track. And Alonso driving in the safety car. He's not driving the car, he's in the passenger seat. Imagine him taking out the driver from the safety car and driving it back into the pits. That would be cool. Yeah, no crash, no crash. Mustang G3 safety car is amazing. Yep. Aren't you watching the transmission went crunch crunch and cut off? Yeah, I didn't see that. Cameras running to Alonso. I guess they will be asking some questions, but he's not gonna answer. Let's see what he says. It seems there's still energy in the car, so and there's a special procedure for how to remove the car when that happens. Yeah, the people that need to remove the car are putting gloves on, preparing, so they are not allowed to touch it without this special procedure. Now someone goes to the bottom. Yeah, the safety lights are still flashing. Okay, let's see what happens. Everyone is putting gloves on. How much power does this car have? I mean, yeah, it's the Aston Martin stewards. They kind of took over the logistics of taking the car back. Yeah, it's ridiculous that they can't touch the car due to electrical systems. The electrical systems should be redesigned to not have this issue. But if a driver is in an accident and they need to get him out, yeah, exactly. I guess in that case there's different procedure, but still, this seems like a simple thing to fix. So apparently the lights that are flashing, they will be flashing in different colors and every color means a different. So this orange flash means that there's still electrical charge into the car. Yeah, everyone is going around the car, not really touching it. Let's see. Now they are taking something out right there on the track. Seeing a replay of the fastest lap of Max Verstappen on board. A very quick lap. Ival Dimitrov says, is the gearbox again? No doubt. That's why Alonso is happy. Honda engine is okay. Car is good, but the British gearbox is, as expected, buggy. Yeah, this is taking the car apart on track. Delays engineered to reduce Hamilton runtime. It's a conspiracy. Well, they delayed Hamilton. Ferrari itself delayed the Hamilton runtime for quite a bit in the morning session, almost 100%. Yeah, Verstappen is just 3.4 seconds slower than 2025 quali lap. I think these cars will be faster than expected. Maybe not this season, but in the next couple seasons, as the car is developed, I think they're gonna get faster than 2025. Seeing Joss, Max, and GT speaking in the pits. Okay, now we're gonna hear from Oli Behrman if he has. Yeah, there's gonna be an interview with Oli Behrman while we wait the Aston Martin to be dismantled right on the track. They're still circling around it like sharks, but not touching it. The blinking lights are off, so apparently the electrical hazard thing is out of the table and they are gonna just lift it right now. These cars are actually more down to the drivers. Look at how Max is recharging. Yeah, it's gonna depend a lot on the driver. So I think maybe finally we're gonna get a situation where if you get the quickest car, won't necessarily mean that you're gonna be the champion. It's gonna take more, which is the way it should be, I believe. Aston Martin crew just unscrewed the canards in the air intake, maybe a routine fuel burn check, like how Ferrari did. Let's see if I can find some information, if maybe we have some confirmation of uh, why Aston Martin stopped. Yeah, seems it's a transmission problem. Okay, that's not bad. I mean, that's not good. Actually, that's what I mean. And now they are putting some memes from the 2015 when Alonso sits on the chair on the sun, and now in 2026 he's on the side of the road. The 2025 GP2 engine memes are intensifying. Alonso stopped on track. Apparently, it's a transmission issue. GP2 transmission. Yeah. They are 2 hours and 51 minutes until the end of day two. I will have to go in about 1 hour and a half, but I'll be back for the last 30 minutes. Track is clear now and cars are going on track. Hamilton is first, Colapinto is second, and then is Ocon. Alonso should call you a GP2 designer. Well, it's not up to him about this. Hulkenberg is out on track, and I think we're gonna see Cadillac. Yeah, that's Sergio Perez preparing to go out on track finally. After hour and 10 minutes, we have the Cadillac. Almost everyone is going on track. So we have Hamilton, Colapinto, then Hulkenberg, then Ocon, then Lawson, Antonelli, Piastri, and Perez is getting ready. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars. We won't see Aston Martin, that's 9. And we're missing Williams. I don't know if Williams didn't even come up this session. So we're still waiting for Williams, wondering why they are waiting. And who else? Williams and I don't know who are we missing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's one more car. Oh, well, Verstappen. So Williams, Verstappen, and Alonso are not on track. I'd say Aston Martin's goal for Melbourne would be finish. Of course, that's everyone's goal. Pretty much for the bottom, let's say, 6 teams. Alonso was 6 seconds last test behind. Now only 4. Let's wait until Honda make changes and all will be done. Then 1 second to best teams and who knows what's next. I'm really happy for Audi, but really sad for Cadillac. I hoped for them to go out better in the tests. It's expected we'll see them in the back of the pack. Yep. Will Alonso continue driving or is it all for today? We'll see if they can fix the issue. Well, first they need to bring the car back into the pits. fix the issue, and if there's enough time, he'll probably be on track towards the last power hour, but we will see. 794 likes. If you haven't liked the stream, click the button now. Let's go past 800. Verstappen is also leaving the pits. 9 cars on track, and I think we have Piastri very close with, who is that? Hamilton, new personal best, 138 to 31. Piastri and Colapinto are very close to each other, so maybe we see some action. Yesterday we had quite a lot of action. Now Piastri is slowing down, now Perez is going beside him. We see Albon in the pits. Williams is not out on track. I don't know why. $800 likes. Thank you everyone for liking. All Cadillac have done is build the chassis and the gearbox using predominantly British engineers with F1 experience. Can you guess why they postponed their power unit until 2027? Well, you tell us, Dominic. 2 is favorite number for Alonso. I think it could be like 2010, a 5-way battle for the championship. That would be amazing. We are on board with Piastri, who is improving his lap time. Green sector 1. Yeah, he set a new personal best. Green sector 2 also, 133.624. Piastri is now P3. Getting very close to Verstappen and Norris. Verstappen improving his lap time, 133.162. That is really fast. He's getting very close to 132s. The track is getting faster, cars are getting faster, everyone improving time. Sergio Perez also set his personal best. That is faster than at least Bottas, 139.474. The Piastri lap was on C2s. Really, I see the hard tires on screen. And there's mediums for Verstappen. I don't know. Andre says we'll see 132 today. Well, we might see today. I think that's possible. Fourth with Verstappen's fastest lap. Yeah, this looks good lap. Good lap for Verstappen. Yeah, he went a bit wide into the turn 9, missing the apex, but only to catch the one into turn 10. Trainers, yeah, Hajar was yesterday, but they had some issues and he didn't run too much. Overall, he's doing good. Well, this wasn't pushing hard. One or two mini purple sectors and a bit green is interesting. Yeah, the biggest thing for Max on that lap is that he improved the middle sector. That was the sector he was losing a lot. Middle sector will be crucial for the teams. I think finally we'll see Red Bull with two cars in front. Yeah, I think Hajar will do well. Maybe we'll need a couple races to adapt, but I think he'll do well. I'll be back in 1 minute. I need to just do something for my throat because it's killing me. Dude looks like Prost. Hopefully he can drive like Prost. Yeah, so far so good. I think he got the congratulations from Prost for his first podium when he broke the statue, the little medal. Times will be slower because of the lower downforce and the limit from recharging, yes. But in couple years this car will be developed more and we'll see what happens. They will be becoming faster and faster. So Audi top speed is so high. Yeah, Audi has a great top speed. They just need to be faster in the corners and they are all set. Yeah, Audi seems pretty fast. They are looking good today. Into 134s, that's okay. And we see Verstappen overtaking the Alpine into turn 1 on the inside. Hulkenberg improving his time 1:33.987. Right? To overtake those guys. Yeah, on the straights, Audi will be hard to overtake. But maybe in the corners. Platform Verstappen is 3 seconds 321 slower than last year quali time. Yeah, we're getting quite quite closer to that time, and I think tomorrow we will, in the afternoon especially, we will have even faster times. So if we can get below 3 seconds, that would be great. We will see in quali probably they will be even faster. So we will get close to those times. It seems that the rules Audi has asked for are working for them. Audi is the new Braun. Yeah, yeah. Let's keep with the hype for Audi. They mess up the calculations for overtake timings for the races because they calculated for a race. Then the racing will either be hell or heaven. Good point. Now with the Haas pit wall, Oli Bierman quite. Oh my god, the car is still hasn't arrived. The Aston Martin car is just now getting into the pits. So we will see how quickly they will be able to fix this issue, if they will be able to fix it. And yeah, if we see Alonso back on track again. But yeah, the car has been traveling like 20 minutes. Yeah, the guys from Aston Martin still have the gloves on. The car is all covered up. Hulkenberg, new personal best. I did I miss this one? 133.987. He's in 133s. He's on pair with the top teams. So Verstappen, Norris, Piastri, Antonelli, and Hulkenberg are in 133s. Faster than Russell. Now we see Antonelli locking up a bit and going out of the track. Yeah, front left wing. I think this was at turn 10. Yeah. But Nico was always rapid in every week team and cars he drove. Nothing special today. Yeah, I mean, it's overall feeling about Audi, not just Nico. But yeah, Nico has been fast. We were here for Hulken podium. Maybe we can see a Hulken win. Who knows in 2026? Audi could be a really strong team, it seems. But who do you think from weaker than usual top four teams will be fastest? I mean, Alpine, Cadillac, Audi, Aston Martin, Haas, Racing Bulls, Williams. I'm putting my bet on Haas, and I kind of want Williams to do well, but I'm not sure. But I think Haas is gonna be doing well this season. Audi team is mostly the Sauber team that came on gangbusters last year. Yeah, no worry, Kreiners. That's the bot thinking that you're posting link because you didn't put space after a dot. It automatically removes that. Oh no, actually it was full language. Yeah, it's gonna automatically uh, remove your message. Analog, yeah, well, Audi surprised me. Yeah, it's surprising as well. Into 133s, only 0.8 behind Verstappen, looking good. I'm putting dips on Audi before the stock rises. Yeah, you can do that in the F1 bingo. You can get some cards regarding Audi. Let's see. We have our league for all our viewers, and we will be discussing that on chat a lot. So make sure you set up your card. Hoping for Sainz to hop on and do top 8 times. We still haven't seen Williams on track. That is weird. They haven't been out since the launch. Yeah, quite a big launch for Williams team. Audi and Alpine and Williams and Haas all have the best powertrains, capable drivers and teams. Yeah. Perez is improving fast on green sector 1. Let's see, green sector 1. Let's see what he does in sector 2. Green sector 2, so he's going to be improving his time. Let's see by how much, and will he able to jump on the timing sheets? Looks unlikely. Yeah, Perez improves 139.323. That is still P15. He's still very, very far from the car ahead. Like 1.3 seconds or something. Antonelli and Perez are the only ones on track right now. Audi and Binotto cooking. We will see. The cars feel so much faster than last season, but it doesn't show in the timings. Yeah, they are faster on the straights, but slower on the corners. That's why they feel more alive, I would say. And some people thought Audi and Cadillac would be together. No, I mean, Cadillac is a completely new team, so it was expected to be to the bottom. But Audi, yeah, they are taking over Sauber, so they have a lot more experience. On TV, they're saying McLaren likely to be fourth on grid. Well, I don't know how they got that. Still only Perez and Antonelli on track. As they are nimble on the slow corners, they have some better rotation. On fast corners, are slower because of lower downforce and shorter wheelbase. Correct. Antonelli, Perez, and Piastri on track. Cadillac now going around the Mercedes. And Antonelli is headed for the pits, while Oscar Piastri is coming out. Much happening right now. We still haven't seen Williams, and after the stop on track, we still haven't seen the Aston Martin. Okay, that's Albon in the garage, and it seems like Albon is going to be going out. Finally, after almost half of the afternoon session. Piastri, purple sector 1. I think we're about to witness even 132s. Let's see. He's 0.2 faster in sector 1. That is already going into 132s if he can keep it up for sector 2 and sector 3. In sector 2, some green, some purple mini sectors, one yellow. Let's see if he can improve. Going through turn 11 and now turn 12. Let's see. That is green sector, 240 seconds and 670. This is on a limit of 133, 132. Let's see. I mean, it seems like he's slowing down in sector 3. Let's see. Piastri, yeah, newest overall best 132.861. We are into 132s, guys. 132.861 for Oscar Piastri. He had purple sector 1, green sector 2, and yellow sector 3, so he can go in one faster for sure. Yeah, ran out of battery at the end of the lap. He could have been a lot faster. But 132 today is amazing. Now we are exactly 3 seconds behind the time from last year pole position. Yeah, he went a bit wide and turned 13, and that's why he lost time in the sector 3, but he would have been even faster. Yet some people think McLaren is only fourth, yeah. The blue sector means when they're coming out of the pits and going into the pits. So you will see them only in the beginning of sector 1 and in the end of sector 3. And you can check the link in the pinned comment on chat. You will see there what everything on the screen means. Hey, Akinesh. Yeah, the first team to break 132. Now we see Albon, is he going fast? Yellow sector 1. Albon and Perez are the only one on track right now. He stayed on out a bit more after the first lap. Oscar is directly in pits. Yeah, that's a good observation. Mephisto. What is going on with Hamilton? I mean, he has done some decent laps this session. We still have halfway through the session. He had only 5 laps in the morning one, and now together 43 laps. So we're still waiting to come out. He hasn't been out in a while. Aston Martin, we will see if they will come out again. There has been some issue with the transmission, and yeah, the car stopped on track. They just recently got the car back into the pit. Piastri's time, I believe it's on mediums. Let's see. On C3, if this is correct. Yeah, the Hartz is the previous stint. Now it's on the mediums C3 tires. Yeah. And now he has went back into the pits and put in the test tires. Cadillac, we see Cadillac into the pits. Well, that time with fresh mediums is pretty good. I mean, imagine once they put softs. Yeah, Piastri with 22, now 23 laps. Piastri, Perez, Colapinto, Lawson, and Albon are on track. Why don't they never try soft? Well, they're really more testing the reliability, testing everything on the car, so not trying to be very quick here and keep the speed maybe right as the season starts. We might see sometimes tomorrow on the softs, but only 4 teams have the C5 tires. So we might see something on C4, but on C5, I don't think it's going to be used. Maybe Cadillac will use it because they need to test the car, how it's going to behave with that tire too, because they are a new team. But yeah, I don't think the other 4 teams are going to use it. Yeah, we don't know much about the test tire. We don't know what that is. I think we'll see 131 tomorrow. Yeah, I don't think we're going to go that low, but maybe we'll improve to low 132s. But I don't think we're going to get to 131. That might be a time for quali once we get the race in Bahrain. Piastri set some green and fastest one purple mini sector, but I think he went wide a bit. He missed the apex, and now he's slowing down. On softs, maybe we'll get to 131 on C5, but not many teams have the C5 tires. Yeah, he abandoned the last lap. Let's see, no one else is pushing for a fast lap. All yellow on the screen. Okay, I need to stand a bit because, yeah, too much sitting is not good. They must have told him to keep that for tomorrow, maybe. It's refreshing to see Audi that high up. Yeah, definitely a good thing to see, especially with Hulkenberg in the car. Hope we see him once more in the podium this season. Maybe in the highest step of the podium, who knows? I think the lap time of this generation's cars will be on par with ground effect cars by next year. Yeah, I think it's possible, especially for the tracks where we have a lot of straights. Maybe not in the one with a lot of turns, but the ones with a lot of straights, I think we're gonna get there. And maybe even faster on some tracks. Yeah, Lewis was out this session a lot. He did almost 40 laps, so there's still more than half of the session, so I'm sure he will be out soon. Maybe they are again switching that rear wing for Ferrari, and they're gonna go with the one that goes like 270 degrees, the pancake wing. Piastri on the C3 tire. He's now on track, and he's pushing. No, he's on the prototype tire. Yeah. See, he's not improving, but this is gonna be a quick lap. He has the quickest sector 3 now, purple sector 3. So yeah, what he lost in the previous lap, he got now 133.1. That's a very fast lap too. That would be, if it's from another driver, that would be P2. So struggles, will they fix the gearbox again for another 10-20 laps? We don't have an update. We don't know if they're gonna fix whatever was the issue there. See. Yeah, no news from Aston Martin's garage. Samurai Gaming, man, your streams are good and you also reply to chat. Really appreciate that. Well, thank you so much. I hope you subscribe to the channel and you stay with us for every session because we're gonna do that for every testing, every free practice, quali, race, sprint quali. Yeah. Yeah. 6 cars on track. Piastri, Ocon, Antonelli, Colapinto, Perez, and Lawson. Let's see if Piastri maybe is gonna push again, but I don't think so. Yeah, he's not pushing. No one is improving. Track temperature is dropping down, so the track is cooling. Maybe a chance for someone to push, but we still don't see that happening. Airtime slowly dropping, more power. Ferrari hasn't come out since their first stint in the afternoon session, but we are expecting them to come out. We don't see any troubles. Maybe they are just changing again the rear wing. Spent like 4.5 hours of today's 6 hours in the pits. Too much time in the pits, and we were so excited about that rear wing. We would love to see it more on track. Ocon is improving. Green sector 1, green sector 2. Let's see if he can move up the timing sheets. Not improving in sector 3 so far. Yeah, Ocon sets new personal best 137.570, but that's still not enough to move the timing sheets. Alonso is still ahead of him, although they are really close. Hülkenberg going back into the pits. I feel like Audi is really pushing these tests just to put on a show, but I'm all here for it. We're all here for that. We all would love to see the Audi mixing up with the top 4 teams. Who wouldn't? Antonelli now, yellow sector 1. He's not improving really. Yellow sector 2, probably. Albon is finally on track after exactly 2 hours, 1 hour and 55 minutes. Big lunch for the Williams team. Maybe not title contender, but they might get some wins. Yeah, and I feel like from where they're showing, for who are you speaking? Maybe for McLaren? How they have the backing and the experience, a great combo. Yep. Yeah, granted, I think that was just for the DRS era. Now it's quite different. If Audi had someone like Sainz or someone from Ferrari, they would destroy the season. Well, we will see. We will see. If they are doing well this season, maybe they are gonna attract some more talent driving for them or wanting to drive for them. You're entering last year Q1 times, slowly but steadily. Yeah. And remember now it's going to be different with 22 drivers into quali. We will have 6 drivers uh, go out of Q1, then another 6 drivers go out of Q2, and we will have the same top 10 drivers into Q3. So tracks like Monaco uh, will be very interesting in Q1. A lot of traffic, 2 extra tracks. We will see how it goes. Bortoleto is in a great seat for the future. Yeah, looks like he nailed it. $867 likes. Can we get to 900? Say downwing, yeah. By me, both McLarens, George, and Ferraris will be chasing Max after 4 races and see him off into the sunset after the break. Everyone is saying Ferrari has done something new in rear wings today. What did they do? Yeah, they did the upside down wing that opens the other way around, like 200 degrees, 270 degrees. But we saw it in the beginning on the morning and in the end of the morning session, and then they switch back to the old specs. rear wing. Who do you think will win World Drivers' Champions? I'm not even gonna guess yet. I'll give it a few races. I just joined. Is first sector still fastest by Ferrari? No, now all the three sectors are by McLaren. First one Piastri, second Norris, and third one Piastri. Yeah, it's legal. The wing, the Ferrari wing. Yeah, Ferrari might be cooking, but we will see. Now Verstappen doing a start test. Yeah, looking good for Max. Yeah, Hamilton will be out later today, and we will be seeing some quick laps from him. He's P12 right now. Definitely, he's gonna be doing some quick laps. Verstappen headed to the pits again. It's shame that power units are an issue because the aero stuff is really cool. Well, they will be more reliable, but it's yeah, there's a change and they need to adapt. They will need some time. But it might make the races more exciting. We might see some DNFs. We might see yeah things like this. Verstappen doing another practice start, looking good. Yeah, going to be an interesting season for sure. I agree. So we are into the second half of the afternoon session. I will stay with you guys for maybe another 30 minutes, 35 minutes. Then I'll be off for like 40 minutes and I will be back for the last hour. So you will have some music in the meantime. If anyone wants to jump in for that time, just let me know. And tomorrow we might have Evan again doing the morning session. We'll see if Grash will be able to join maybe the afternoon, but that might be too late for him. James Wallace is saying that we will see this season with very big swings from circuit to circuit. So it's going to depend also on the circuit who is going to be uh, better, who is going to be worse. But this year, this is going to be really emphasized and really big swings, not like last year and the previous years. I just tuned in. What happened to Alonso? He stopped on track. Apparently, that was transmission issue. The car went back into the pits an hour ago, and we are waiting for them to fix it, if they can, and see if he's going to be coming out again on this afternoon session. See Verstappen with yellow sector 1, yellow sector 2. He is not really pushing and improving. Alongside with him, we have Verstappen, Lawson, Antonelli, and Hulkenberg on track, all on the main straight. 1 hour 54 minutes till the end of the session. Yeah, so basically James Wallace just says that the Ferrari wing will either be copied by others tomorrow or ignored. We will see tomorrow. Will be interesting to see some teams copying it. Verstappen is on C1. No, he's on C3, I think, or am I wrong? Yeah, he's on the mediums. Much happening. Ocon enters the pits. Builds transmissions for Aston Martin. I think they do it themselves. Can they copy that quickly? Yeah, I think they can do that. Not maybe to the every detail, but the basic functionality, they can do it. They can test it. Ferrari just aura farmed with their pancake flipping wing. Now they are just chilling. Yeah, they are refusing to come out on track and show more of their innovations. Yeah, that was a great launch from Hamilton in the afternoon. Well, in the morning actually, in the end of the morning session. I don't think he's got a problem. At least he didn't show anything before going to the pits. Now we see Mercedes going slowly. He picks it up again. At this point, I don't know whether Ferrari's wing is broken or if they did it on purpose. No, that was definitely on purpose. Now the sun is starting to set up and the track is gonna get beautifully orange. Still a lot of daylight, but within I think half an hour we'll start see it getting darker. 884 likes. Make sure to like the stream, guys, and subscribe to the channel. We're gonna be back tomorrow. Purpose it adds lift. Yep. Must be the wing. That's gonna be the new meme if they win. Okay, we finally see some fast lap times. Albon with green sector 1. He's currently P7 with 135, 130. Yellow sector 2. Let's see if he can improve in sector 3. Maybe he's too far from Russell, but so I don't think that he's gonna move in the timing sheets, but maybe improve his time. No, that's not improving the time. 135, 285. Slower than his previous fast time. Just realized this track layout looks like Donald Duck shaking his fist. Yeah, someone mentioned that previously, and you can't unsee it once you read that. Hamilton's stint was doing very consistent laps. Yeah, he had good times. Cadillac, they are last, P15, P16 today. 6 and 7 seconds behind the leaders. Yesterday and today they were pretty slow. J.R. Taulu, I will let you guess. You have 3 guesses. Yeah, McLaren is still looking very strong this year. One question, will they change the start procedure? That is still not confirmed as far as I know, so we don't know. Ferrari doesn't want to change it because yeah, they have been warning about this anti-stalling and they are for that. So they don't want to change that. All the other teams, I guess, yes. Piastri going back into the pits, and he's gonna be quickly out. He spent 21 seconds in the pit, so that's a quick pit stop. Well, he actually didn't stop for a pit stop. He just went through the pit lane, and he's going to a practice race start. Warmed out the tires a bit. So let's see how he's gonna do that. We see him messing with his wheel and setting up all the settings. Let's see. Starts from Piastri. Accent is quite similar to Caucasian natives, but I might be wrong. You're on the right foot. Honda will always hunt Alonso with GP2 engine. Yeah, this wasn't the Honda GP2 engine, it was the Aston GP2 gearbox. Hamilton is finally out on track. Yeah, we will see some quick laps from Hamilton. I bet. He won't settle with P12. Let's see. Is he pushing now? It seems like he's pushing, but these are all yellow mini sectors, so not quite. Yeah, hasn't done any fast laps. They were really focused today on the rear wing. I didn't see if Hamilton is still with the regular wing, the boring, the exciting one. Let's see. Yeah, it's the boring wing, I think. Yeah, he's on the hard tires, 14 lap old hard tires, so he's not gonna be improving times. Yeah, it's the old wing. Biggest story in F1 is who will get more points, Perez or Bottas. Well, at this point, with this pace, is if they are gonna get points. Ferrari have been on race pace more than anyone else. They have Haas with two real drivers pushing the limits for them. Yep. I'm cheering for Piastri's first championship and failing that for Leclerc. We've seen enough Red Bull and Mercedes for my taste in the years before. Okay, there is Grash. Well, Grash, I will be leaving in 15 minutes. If you want to join, let me know. If not, we will have music in about 15 minutes. But it should be too late or too early for you. I don't know at this time if you are waking up or going to bed. Hamilton went off track. Yeah, out of turn 4, he went off track. The car jumped a little bit. Okay, it's 8:18, just waking up. That's okay time, I guess. You were commentating yesterday at 2 a.m. One hour and 40 minutes until the end. Bottas is a better driver, and Checo will still be apprehensive as a new father should be, and will be replaced by Colton Herta next year or sooner. Hamilton, Colapinto, Ocon, Verstappen, Piastri, and Hülkenberg on track. Colapinto is setting his new personal best 134.622. $898 likes, 2 more until 900. Ocon improving his time. Green sector 1. Yellow sector 2. He might be overtaking Alonso and maybe even Hamilton. Let's see if he has a good sector 3. But I think he went out in the second sector. Yeah, he messed up the lap there probably. $904 likes. Thank you, everyone. We are getting close to the 1,000. I know 1,500 is set as the goal, but I think if we hit 1,000, that's good enough. Yeah. Ocon touched the curb on the outside and he went off track. Yeah. Hamilton on hard tires, so he's not pushing. Colapinto is going slowly or stopping? What is happening? Let's see. I don't see him on the map. Wonder. Oh yeah, he is like the tiny dot. I think this is just a GPS issue. He's doing fine. Yeah, he is back on the same section as always. One hour and 37 minutes to go. Why Ferrari is slow today? They haven't really been doing some fast laps. So we're still waiting for them to push, maybe towards the end of the session. Hamilton now is on a hard tire and he is doing some long stints. Russian effect, yeah, we haven't seen that in a while. Colapinto, Hamilton, Verstappen, Piastri, Ocon, and Hülkenberg on track. We didn't see too much laps from Williams so far in the afternoon session, so we expect them to come out. See, the Kardashian curse has cancelled out the Ferrari curse. Well, let's hope for that. When practicing throwing 10-second penalties. Well, we have to practice that too. Given this is Hamilton's last day, I expect him to do glory runs right at the end of the session. Yeah, yesterday, well, tomorrow is gonna be all day Leclerc, right? So this is the last hour and 30 minutes for Hamilton. I think he's going now in the pits. He's gonna put some medium or soft tires, and we're gonna see some glory runs. Is Checo's car? Yeah, I don't know what's happening there. Not many laps for Cadillac. Perez only 20 laps this session. Hamilton going out again, and now he has new set of hard tires. Stop for Ferrari, yes. We have in the bingo cards if any team is gonna get a pit stop below 2 seconds. Because of the new regulations, yeah, maybe now the pit stops are gonna be slower. Yeah, so far Lewis race pace looking good. I think this is gonna be another race pace stint for Hamilton, and maybe towards the end we will see the glory runs. We have Antonelli, Verstappen, Piastri, Hamilton, Colapinto, Ocon, and Hülkenberg on track. So he has used C3s, C4s, and C1s for race runs. Yeah, we have seen on other days that Ferrari is quick. Now they are playing with the rear wings and doing some race simulations. So, but I expect them to go fast towards the end. 943 likes on the stream, and there's over 2,000 people watching. So click the like button. Let's get to that 1,000. Tonelli now. Let's see if he can do some quick laps. Some green mini sectors, but no. Hamilton setting a new personal best. 136.578. Still P12. That is on a new hard tire. Verstappen leaving the pits. We see Verstappen and who is that? Hülkenberg. Very close to each other. We haven't seen much action today. Like yesterday, they were trying to simulate racing overtaking. So Maybe Hulkenberg and Verstappen will offer something like that now. Okay, Grash says he is ready to go if you need me on stream. Yeah, I think it would be best you take over, and yeah, you if you want you can take it till the end. If not, let me know. I will be back in about 1 hour, I think.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or dead of night. It's definitely morning for me. It's 8:30 a.m. This is Crash. Jumping on for the last 90 minutes or so. We'll see if the boss wants to get back on or if he wants me to go for the last 90 minutes. Um, yeah, G's in chat for me, everyone. Um, Welcome. Again, this is Crash again. Looking again, trying to get up to speed with what's going on in this session. Um, just looking at the board. Audie's in fifth and eight, and Haas at 10 and 11. That's surprising to be honest. That looks really good for those teams. To be quite honest. Uh, where is Red Bull is on two. We've got McLaren in second and third. We've got Mercedes fourth and fifth as fourth and sixth. So these are the teams that at the top of these are looking really good. Hamilton right now 12th, not looking great, but he could be better. Alonso, and then we get into Terry with Lawson, Alonso. Perez just up to 15th. He's not bottom of the board anymore. Oh, he's bottom of the board because you cuts things off. That's going on. Let me see. Stop it. Doing a replay of Max's doing a pit stop test. He looks good. He's out. Yeah, no, a good pit stop. Essentially, Max comes into the pits. They do a pit, just wheels. He's out pretty quickly. Again, they did this in slow motion. We got Hulkenberg, Verstappen, Colpino, Albon, Hamilton, Oscar, and Perez out on track. Anthony's at the end of the pit lane. He's probably about to do a pit lane start if I'm reading the map right. Max is on a hard tire, which is the C3. No, that can't be right. But it's on the C1 tire. We haven't seen that, so that is definitely confirmation of that. We know that's what's going on. Yeah, what else is going on the chart at the moment? Definitely Borlo's on that testing tire, which we don't know exactly what's going on. There is no, again, with tire information, there is no tire information next to his name. Right, he's also in the pits as well, so that's another play in that. Looking what you guys are saying back. No one pushing right now as it stands. Looks like I missed a red flag. Alonso has a stop on it. You guys can tell me what happened to Alonso on track? Still a variety of other teams to push the limits of the power unit. That race guy thinks that Hamilton probably on a light field run because he's pretty quick. He's moving quickly, but he's not improving in his best time. I mean, the last lap was actually that was his best lap. Previously, that was a 136.4, 113. And then this previous lap is a 136.575. Lonzo had a transmission issue. Okay. Yeah, again, one of the things that we are looking at is the reliability issue that we suspect is going to crop up and going to be a issue this year because these are all new, new regulations, but also new engines. And they've got walls up around Aston Martin. These are the big walls, so. Yeah, so there's walls up around the Aston Martin garage. This is when you've got like the floor off. Some major work is being done. So that is huge. We do need to note that Hamilton is on a hard tire, so he's not on medium or I think he's on the C2 tire. Not a Ferrari fan. Craners still is responding to Craners. I like competition I've watched for 5 decades. Winners have an aura, and Fred Visser exhibited that when he was talking about the wing. Interesting. Tifosi, you are apparently aura farming. Technical Guru is pointing out that Hamilton's not using eighth gear. That's interesting. He not just Hamilton's maxing out at seventh gear. Alcon is now leaving the pits. He was in there for about 10 minutes. Almost 11 minutes. Prez with a 2-minute lap time. Well, that's his last lap. He's currently on the current lap he's on. He's improved in sector 1, 30.4. 45.4. Did he abandon the lap? He might have abandoned the lap. Comes Perez coming around, 14.15. And he has a 141 lap. About 2/10 off of what Hulkenberg just his last lap. I take that back. Hulkenberg just did a 142, but the previous lap to that it was a 141.2. only improvement in Sector 1, no improvement in Sector 2, Sector 3. Again, Cadillac is really trying to figure out what they have in terms of their car right now. No, Tony, I wouldn't say the Audi car is crap. I mean, they've I mean, last year as Sauber, they made huge steps forwards. I mean, they got a podium for Hulkenberg, good points in a lot of places. I mean, again, definitely in the Formula B category, but the Audi team is not new. It's the former Sauber team now under Audi ownership. They've been under Audi ownership for the past 2 years. Hamilton next praise the Haas. Hulkenberg is coming in the pits, and Perez has entered the pits. Oscar back out on track, and Albon coming out on track. So Ocon, Hamilton, Oscar, Antonelli, Verstappen, and Albon are the ones on track right now. F1 TV right now getting beautiful shots of pit stops. Pit stop testing. This one is the Oscar's McLaren. And they are definitely recording in high-speed cameras because they're getting these great slow motion shots of these pit stops for both. And they did it with Red Bull. They did it with McLaren. Now I wonder, have they been doing that all day with pit stops? Still, you would probably want to extend that to beyond top. I mean, basically, yes, Sauber team with Audi power and German Drake, top solid, top five for you. I'd put them in the top six. Audi's only new. That's correct. Audi's only new as a power unit manufacturer. They are again. Audi is basically they brought their engine this year for the first time, but they bought and overtook the Sauber team. But I put Audi up there, and I put Haas up there in that next. After the top four, the first two teams in that next category are going to be in the middle field. Is going to be Audi. It's going to be Haas right now, and I'd probably put Williams into that category. They improved dramatically last year and had surprised us. So those are the three big surprise teams that are going to pop out of nowhere. Um, the issue with Racing Bulls is they're inconsistent. You've got Lawson, who is an okay driver, but not a great driver, to be honest. And you've got Lindblad, who's a rookie. Tony Moran says, "I don't mean no, I don't mean DNF. Those don't count." I'm not sure what he's talking about at the moment. Aston Martin confirmed power unit failure. I thought it was something else. Captain Monopoly, hey man, one of the people who have joined the channel, one of the family as I refer to them. Alpine could be in front of Williams. I don't think so. There's a cloud of chaos that follows Alpine around, and right now I don't see Alpine being. I mean, they were horrible last year. It's not like Gasly doesn't have talent. And we really don't know where Colapino stands in terms of where he is as a driver. I mean, he had his rookie year last year, but it was chaos with him getting into the car, replacing Doohan in the middle of the year. Looked like if Honda built another GP2 engine. His cars look like GP2 from a couple years back. Oh, that's harsh. That's harsh. I know we throw around the GP2 tag around, but I don't think these are GP2. Darth JF says, besides Honda, Power and Aston are also making their own gearbox for the first time. It's going to take at least a couple of years for everything in that team to start to click properly. And again, this is also, it's a new car under Newey, so there's also that factor in play. We know historically Newey cars take a little bit of time to brew and to come together. Showing Perez right now. Perez doing well in Sector 1. His lost time in Sector 2, he's not improving as of yet. He's got a few green sectors. It is a green sector ultimately. It's a 42.3, I think 386. Yeah. So we're looking, best lap was 137.365. We're looking to maybe be in that range, maybe beat it. He does. He moves up to 13th. It's a 136.298, so it's 2/10 improvement on his best lap. Still, though, 3.4 seconds back. But Perez is on a hard, medium tire, so take that into account. Nico Hulkenberg just did a personal best of 133 point, 139 point, where is it? 139.039. Oh no, his personal best. No, I'm reading what they read. His personal best was 133.987, and his last lap was a 139. So this is race pace laps. Fernando will do a Mansell and win the championship as a grandpa. Oh boy. Yeah, it's interesting because I do know I know of Mansell historically. Um, I remember again when I was young, the big race that I was always following every year, because my mother is, thank my mother for this because she loves the Indianapolis 500 as F1 champion, and he was in the race as a rookie This is the Indianapolis 500 after winning the F1 championship. Yes, rookie Mansell after being the F1 championship. Credit to him. While in that 500, there was a restart scenario where he didn't get it right, and Lyndike and I'm blanking who else. Crap, the winner. Both Lyndike and the winner passed him. But ultimately, that year, he did win the IndyCar championship. Hmm? Miles, probably want to reset your stream if audio is cutting out. Unless it's, we're talking about the F1? No. For those who are interested, Mick Schumacher has moved over to IndyCar. He's now racing for RLL, which is Ray Hall, Lanigan, and Letterman. That's the name of the team. Those are the three owners. Ray Hall being the I think I want to say the 86 IndyCar champion, and Letterman being the hailed TV host from the United States, comedian and host, I should say. Gabriel Letterman was on late night TV for very long. It was most of it. That was his career. Boy from Indiana, got into IndyCar as one of his drivers has won the Indianapolis 500, so he's Indianapolis 500 winner as an owner. We got about an hour and 7 minutes left to go in this session. This is Grash here on the Race Discus channel. We are live on both Twitch and YouTube. Still, but Cadillac will be world champions after finishing P4 this year. Lol. Yeah, this is definitely a long-term project with Cadillac. Again, they're being run by Mick Schumacher, not Michael, not his dad. So Mick is basically racing for IndyCar now. It's like one of, I think, three rookies. Now, granted, we got to understand the IndyCar grid is much bigger. We're about consistently 24 to 25, 26 cars. Beta Minori, hello on Twitch. Hello, my friend. Thank you for showing up on Twitch. First time chatter on Twitch as well. Race Heart F1 says that Ferrari 60 more laps than the morning session. That's good to know. Why is IndyCar a weird sport? I'm curious why you think that's the case with IndyCar. Of all of the American series, IndyCar is the one that's the most closest to F1. Oh, it becomes the Schumacher of IndyCar. So here's the thing with we know that with Mick, that he typically, when he does well, it takes a year for him to figure out the car, and he's like he learns what he needs to learn in the first year, and then in the second year, if things have gone well, he really shines. And that's I suspect that's the case with Mick this year. He's probably in running for the rookie of the year for the IndyCar season. We'll see. Again, Indianapolis 500 is its own beast and it's crazy. So if he does well there, that's going to be huge. And he feels like just going. Well, I mean, they do have ovals. I mean, let's be honest. You are talking about oval tracks. Indianapolis 500. We also know that they're going to be racing at Phoenix this year. So those are the two particularly ovals that they're going to be at. And there's another one, and I'm blanking on top of it. But yeah, no, I mean, ultimately, I mean, yeah, his dad like threw IndyCar under the bus and it threw oval racing under the bus, which is, um, I'll be honest with you, from an American listening to that, it sounds stupid. Yeah. But we do have, dedicated road courses. We have street courses. In fact, this year, one of the new street courses is going to be the GP of Arlington, which is the town next door to Dallas. It sits. Arlington is basically is where both the Rangers and the Cowboys play. In fact, the course is going to be around their stadiums. So not to be outdone by Miami, we have a course. IndyCar now has a course around two major teams' stadiums. In fact, they're doing construction. They're setting that up right now in the Arlington area for the race, which is I think about a month from now, about 4 weeks actually specifically. Those who are curious about IndyCar, one of the big things that just happened this last week is that both Honda and Chevrolet are going to be both signed an agreement to stay with IndyCar through at least 35. Oh, Craters, you should try Indy. Indy actually is better racing. Quite honest, right now, they have better overtaking. They have more strategy, better strategy as well. One of the things that comes into play with IndyCar is that they have refueling is a factor in the IndyCar, and so they are still refueling cars. So it gives them a chance to go longer races, like the Indianapolis 500 is a longer race. It's 500 miles, which is longer. I know they have a few other races that are a little bit longer, but they're a lot gives them a chance to go longer. It gives them the chance. In some cases, they can go harder. Basically they can go harder with their cars because they have the ability to refuel it. Fuel saving is a strategy, but it's not the dominant. It's not not every race is a fuel saving race. In fact, there are races where get to the end of the race and it's a you know there you've got two strategies that came out. One ended up being as a fuel saving one, and the other one being they went for the extra stop. No, it's not hard to keep up with the extra drivers. Once you know who are the mainstays, it's not hard to keep up with the extra drivers. I would say they typically you'll see 26, 27 cars on the grid, and then you get to the one that where things get crazy is the Indianapolis 500, which is where there is 33 cars on the grid. So much IndyCar strategy is way more like you say that because there's more cases of because they pit more. They pit like 3-4 times during a race. Um, so there's more chances of getting hosed by you pit and then there's an incident and that your position is so the pit order doesn't recycle. Falling with Colapino. Green sector 1 for Franco. If you're curious about the different racers in IndyCar, Fox, which is their broadcaster, has been doing these incredible commercials. Just did one recently for Will Power. They have one for Pato Award, who you guys have seen a couple times in Free Practice One rookie testing. He's been in the McLaren car. He's the Aero McLaren driver over in IndyCar. And of course, there's an ad this year for uh, the IndyCar champion, Palou, Alex Palou. Doing race simulation. He's on track right now. His last lap was a 2:05, but granted, he was doing 137, 141, 139, 139, 138, another 138, so a few laps ago. So, and now he's going to the top of the board with a new fastest lap, 132.803. He's 58 thousandths faster than Oscar, 3:59 faster than Max, 6:50 faster than his teammate, over a second, and a tenth faster than almost 1.2 faster than Hulkenberg, and 1.3 faster than his teammate. Now, granted, Russell did his time in the morning, and Antonelli's got better. Lawson jumping up to 11th. His new time of 1:35.335. Albon does a 1:34.984. Daphne Gree, I want quality simulation for Lewis now. Give it time. I would think that that quality simulation would come in the next half an hour. So from the last 30 minutes to the last 15 minutes, we could probably see people try and do, the glory run type scenario. Ooh, big lock up in front of Haas. That's Colpino locking up. See if he's okay. He's back on track. He's okay. Yeah, but we just had a 53 minutes left to go in this session. Again, this is Crash in for this last hour of today. I unfortunately won't be here tomorrow. I literally have to I'll show up in chat like late tomorrow, beginning of the session. But I have to be up at this time tomorrow. I'm in a meeting, unfortunately, so I won't be on for that reason. So. Again, you're listening to the Race Six channel. We're on Twitch. We're on YouTube. I know. They're showing the lockup on Calabino. Yeah, Franco just locks up, goes straight, just carries. It looks like he carried way too much energy and speed into that corner. Nigel looked like he was in his 50s when he was in his 20s. Yeah, Nigel was definitely a character. We've got Jolene Palmer at turns 9 and 10. No, Hamilton is not in the pits. He is out on track. They just have him. He just went by slowly by Palmer, which is that's been his luck. They have the camera on him, looking at cars going by, and they're not on a fast lap. Looking at what you guys are saying at the moment. And no one right now pushing, no like in that quality, but we are getting a lot of race runs. Look, Max came out, has been 5 laps on a new hard tire. He's been consistently within the 137 to 140 range with his laps. Still pointing out, thinks that all these top teams are trying to find the limits of traction and acceleration. I mean, that's specific to this track. Hamilton has a green sector 1, green sector 2. Looking good so far, Hamilton. Hamilton right now coming to 14:15 on the chart. And Hamilton jumps up. Where did he go? Up to 5th. It's a 133.926. Did not improve in sector 3, but it's a good time. I mean, it's why isn't Hamilton going in 8th gear? That's a good question. He may not. He may be getting good acceleration still in 7th gear. Also, he's trying to get a higher rev total, which is essentially also helping to recharge the battery in a weird way. It's interesting. We just saw some quirk on the board. We just saw some RPN on Antonelli's car, who is in the pits right now. Following along with Ocon right now. Currently 9th on the board. His teammate is 12th. Again, Behrman was in the earlier session. He's got a decent first sector, 30.048. .448 for sector 2. Ocon with the back straight from 13 to 14, and then about to reach 14, 15 turns. He comes across the line. Does a 134.843 lap. Here comes Colapino and Hulkenberg. They are back neck and neck. It looks like so. Hulkenberg enters the pits. Colapino does. I think that was an outlap because it's a 5:10. He is on a fast lap now, starting after finishing that. Hulkenberg is left to pits, 29 seconds. Pit some. So basically, take a look at his tires. Yeah, pretty much it's a change of tires. He's on to mediums. Albon right now, out of the pits, he's on soft tires. So he's on those reds. Albon has improved first sector 29.7. That's really good. Colpino does a 29.8. Watson moves up to 10th with a 134.947. So the times you're seeing right now are going to be more representative of what the race and quali would be like. So we're getting in the next 30 minutes, pretty much. We're going to start seeing these representative quali laps that you guys have been begging for all day. Last 15 minutes of the session, I don't think anyone's going to do any runs. In fact, we will probably see at some point the virtual safety car get called out. Safety car, red flags. So there'll be the safety procedure test is likely going to happen in the last 15 minutes of the day. So. Trainers saying that the official commentator was a power U failure for Aston. Well, Gearbox is part of that in a weird way. Yeah, as it stands, again, about 20, 30 minutes ago, Aston Martin had the walls up, like actual walls, not individual people. And that's an indication that they're pulling the car apart in a significant way. I mean, one of the reasons Hamilton keeps going into the pits over and over is that they're making adjustments on the car itself. Hulkenberg on C3 tires right now. It does a 139.6 lap. So again, these laps between 140 and 136 are race runs, basically. Yeah, this is the Bahrain test. I'm not sure why you're not thinking of anything else. It's right in the title of our stream. This is week 2 of the Bahrain testing. Day 2 or day 5, if you want to count the first week as one altogether. I'm looking at what you guys are saying at the moment. You guys are ragging on Lewis for having a date at a football game. Granted, it is Kim Kardashian, so it is a massive date. Right now, we've got Albin, Perez, Oscar, Max, Franco, Hulkenberg, and Antonelli on track. Are you from the technical side or just commentating? Want to know where you get all this info from? Google search. Who's Kim Kardashian? She's an American celebrity is the best way to describe Kim Kardashian. Um, I am an American, so that's why I know who she is. She's from a moneyed family is the best way to describe it. They have a reality TV show about their family, so Keeping Up with the Kardashians is the name of the show. Uh, but yeah, she's her dad basically was one of the lawyers for O.J. Simpson. So yeah, so she's yeah, the Jenners are part of that family connected. It's just weird. It's reality part reality TV and going on. But yeah, so, and she's got a line of "You guys are being lewd. Please stop." Yeah, gentlemen, please. There are children in chat. We don't need to know about videos and whatnot. Thank you so much. Someone asked if I'm an American. Yes, I am from the United States. So specifically, I grew up in the Northeast, so we're talking the Boston area. My accent is from south of Boston. I'm closer to Providence, Rhode Island, in terms of my accent. Now, granted, having said that, there is an accent that's closer to Providence, the Cranston, Rhode Island. Oh, if you use an API for the stream data, or where you're getting, we're using multi-viewer for a lot of. It's not everything, but we are using multi-viewer for good portions. Like the main timing chart right now is multi-viewer. I know there's a couple other pieces that we are using for data, and I'm not sure where the chart. Again, that's a racing statistics type question. I don't know exactly everything he's doing behind the scenes. Multi-year does more than just F1. Just you guys know, it does IndyCar, does do NASCAR. So so there's that in play. Have I been in Missouri? I'm trying to think. Did I drive through Missouri? If I have, because I've driven through it. I don't. Yeah, if I've been to Missouri, it's because I've driven through it or I've flown over Missouri. I mean, I haven't actually been there for um, any particular reason. Mike 204, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, dead of night. Wherever you are, welcome to Australia. We're not here in Australia right now, we're in Bahrain, but we will be in Australia in 2 weeks. So in the last minute or so, we've got Alvin Perez, Colapino enter the pits, Ocon has exited the pits. We still have Max on a long run, Lawson out there, Antonelli still out there, and Oscar out there. So F1 TV's got Jolyon Palmer. He's moved over to turn 8 now. F1 TV's got, again, getting these, using high speed cameras to get these great slow motion shots of the cars. And this is, I believe that's Antonelli coming in for a pit stop. – Audi techs are making a human wall. So I don't want to see what's going on Hulkenberg's car at the moment. Multiviewer is not a website. It's an application. What's the American view of Indy versus F1? I'll be honest with you right now. F1 is bigger than in IndyCar. F1 is growing significantly, and still growing here in the United States. Not as fast as it was like 3, 4, 5 years ago. I mean, big 2019 was the big explosion with, Drive Survive was huge here in the United States. I don't know what's going on with their website certificate creators. I'm not IT, put it bluntly. So the big question is, will F1 overtake IndyCar? Not IndyCar. Will overtake NASCAR? NASCAR is still the number one motorsports, particularly the Cup Series. So particularly the Cup Series, the Xfinity Series, the second tier series is huge too. So NASCAR is huge here in the United States, and the question is, will F1 overtake NASCAR? And there's been cases where F1 has been the number one motorsports of that weekend. F1 has made one. I'd say they've made a stupid mistake, and ultimately, it comes down to the Canadian Grand Prix. They basically have put it up against the Indianapolis 500, and that they are not going to. They're just people are not going to turn over from the Indianapolis 500 to the Canadian Grand Prix. It's just not going to happen. They had been doing Monaco the same day as Indianapolis, which is great because Monaco gets done, and you've got about an hour or so, and then Indianapolis is getting rolling. No, it's not that no one likes the car. In fact, I mean that's one of the things that's what they're working on right now is a new car, which will be for 2028. Again, for those who don't know, in the '90s, late '90s, basically IndyCar had a split. Um, CART was the sanctioning body at the time, and the owner of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway basically split off from that sanctioning body to form the IRL, Indy Racing League. And IndyCar has never truly, I mean, um, they've never truly recovered from that split. It's still like the mid '90s was like the golden era of IndyCar until the split happened. We're getting back. We're getting close. We're moving in the right direction. Things are getting back, but it's still not those highs of that mid '90s. But the seeds for a new golden era are starting to take shape. We've got both Chevy and Honda on board for several years now. Um, we've got the hybrid era cars now. We've got the new generation of cars in production, in development right now. They are slated for 2 years from now. We are going to get an IndyCar game from iRacing later this year. So they just did the new NASCAR game. iRacing Studios just did the new NASCAR game. So we're going to get a new IndyCar game from that studio. The second the iRacing Studio portion of iRacing later this year, and that will be on console. That's huge. That'd be the first big, like with NASCAR, the first big video game for IndyCar in quite a while. So IndyCar is moving in the right direction, is improving. And I'll be honest, there's been days where I watch an F1 race and then I go later that day watch the IndyCar race and had a blast with the IndyCar. Yeah, I know people are talking about the Indy cars as spec cars, but they're fun cars. And it hasn't been that long that IndyCar wasn't a spec series. So anyways, we're back to F1 right now. No one's pushing right now, though. We've seen Albon and Perez are on those red tires. Got 29 minutes left to go in this session right now. About another 15-20 minutes this is the time to do those high-speed laps. That racing guy. So sector 2 is what separates the best cars from the rest. Yeah, right now because of the curbs. I mean, you can do well on a straight line, but the sector 2 is all curves from 6 through almost turn 13, turn 12, I should say, 6 through 12. Those are all curves. There is a bit of straight from 10 to 11, but it's not as long as, 3 to 4, or 13 to 14, or 15 to 1. Look at what you guys are saying right now. I'm pointing out Perez had a purple again right now. Hamilton has purple sectors in sector 1. He does a 29.57. That's a good time. Lawson does a 29.7. That's pretty good in sector 1. Lawson about to finish sector 2. Hamilton starting sector 2. And something's gone wrong with Lawson. He does a 60.2, which is so after having a good sector 1, he's abandoned his lap. Hamilton on the straight in sector 2, coming to turn 11. Hamilton does a 40.829 in sector 2. Yeah, this latter half of that from the straight, I would say from turn 8 to the straight up to turn 12, he's been green. He's green in sector 3 as well. Here comes Hamilton. And Hamilton's entered the pits after having a good lap. So you guys are going crazy over Hamilton pitting. He just pitted again. "26 minutes left to go in this session. Again, this is Grash with you live on the Race Statistics channel. We're here on Twitch. We're here on YouTube. We're probably on, Facebook is pointing to either YouTube or Twitch. We're probably on a couple other platforms that I'm not aware of, or maybe some other websites that I'm not aware of right now. Hamilton went off track. That's the Ferraris cook. Yeah, they're cooking, but they're not finishing the whole lap. Which is one way to sandbag is to not finish. You have a good sector 1, sector 2, and then pit. TK pointing out is reading somewhere drivers are reporting they're having difficulty on finding braking points because the speed difference when harvesting versus when deploying. Yeah, that is true. Essentially, they have two different braking points. I mean, if you're recovering energy as opposed to deploying energy, I mean, you're going at two different speeds. It's like Lawson is coming into the pits. Antonelli coming into the pits as well. Max starting a new lap. His last lap was 1:39.488. Flo is saying Aston is kind of cooked. Yeah, Honda is reportedly well behind. Yeah, we've known that for a while. Hurricane OK1 saying Tifosi dilution reaching dangerous levels. No, no, no. This is not dangerous levels. This is just bubbling. Slow simmer, but not dangerous levels. Who do you think will have a good car this season? Oh, well, Mercedes, Red Bull, McLaren. Ferrari will be there. What weather will be, good for Ferrari is different from good for other teams. So that's another issue. Um, Audi and Haas, and Alpine are going to be in that next group that I think are going to look good. And then Alpine, Racing Bulls, and Cadillac are just wild cards. I mean, Cadillac is a complete wild card. We have no clue what to expect. I mean, they're in the midfield, but we don't know how good they're going to be. Or yeah, so it's a matter of we'll see with them. If Max leaves F1, the F1 community is going to lose so many. Yeah, but they were going to leave anyways. We shouldn't worry about whether a driver leaves the way that Max is threatening to leave F1 is, literally on par with how Mansell left F1 after winning the drivers' championship. Took his ball and went somewhere else. I mean that's the on par what we're talking about here. Hamilton on pits right now. Last game. Tomorrow's the last game. Again, last game for this testing. This is an 8-hour test. But then when we get to Australia, we will have 3 practice sessions. So we've got 12 hours left to go. Okay, let's talk about the Mercedes engine. It's not illegal. Straight up, it's not illegal. 2, there was a meeting yesterday where they brought up the issue of the compression ratio question. And right now, this is where things stand. Is that a vote has been put forward to the engine manufacturers plus the FIA and F1 about a proposal to change how to measure the compression ratio. Right now, it's been done at ambient temperature, so that's the loophole. The proposal basically will say after August 1st, the engine will be measured at an ambient temperature, but as well as I think 130 degrees. And that currently is being put to the engine manufacturers, which is again the Mercedes, Red Bull, Audi, Honda, and Ferrari. And then on top of that, we also have F1 and FIA having a vote here. So there's 7 votes. They need a supermajority, which is 6 votes, to push that forward. Maximum tells us 13 laps. Then yeah, but that's 13 laps. That's us. You know, when we're talking about 80 and you know, max is 137 laps. Between 82 and 72 lap. I mean, that's not that big of a deal with the number of laps we're talking about. Colino just went 138.818. This is improved in all the sectors, and he did that on a soft tire. 6.5 tenths behind Antonelli, and then Hamilton just went 5th ahead of him. So Hamilton did 133.689 new personal best. That puts 5. Puts Colpino 6. Look at right now. Ocon's coming out of the pits. Lawson's on an outlap. Antonelli's on an outlap. Lawson's coming right back into the pits. The other pointing out that Hamilton's sector 2 was 3 tenths faster on a previous lap. I don't know what your degradation. It's a promotion to Red Bull. Let's say from Racing Bulls. It's that I really hope for him to do more as a rookie. I mean, last year was his rookie, and honestly, they were getting what do I mean? Kevin pointing out, Yo Grash, good to hear your voice. Good to see you again, Kevin. Kelvin. Blech. Excuse me, everyone. Yeah, this is the compression trick. Red Bull were trying it. It's interesting because the last I heard is that Red Bull had was with Mercedes, but they have now turned to be against the compression trick now. So what does Red Bull know that we don't? Again, Red Bull is going to be the critical votes. They could sink this all, and let this go a whole year, which it really should go a whole year. So we've clearly got people who clearly think that what um, Mercedes is doing is a cheat. It is not a cheat. They did find a loophole in the rules, but they were following the rules as the FIA told them. And at one point, the FIA told them what they were doing was perfectly fine. Why should it go a whole year? Because we're entering the year with these rules. Historically, we would let this go for a whole year. I mean, the AS went for a whole year. I know that McLaren did something, has done things where they've let it go for the whole year. Yeah, but F1's about finding those loopholes in the letter of the law. It's not about the spirit. It's not. It's about finding those loopholes, being creative. And this was, to be honest with you, it's perfect. You know, I find it was perfectly fine. I mean, was this again to spirit? No, absolutely not. But we're trying to find every advantage we can. So we will find out in the next 9 or so days. Basically, the FIA has basically said that basically right now where we stand is that um, a change in the rules has been put forward to the engine manufacturers. It is seven. There are 7 votes that will be counted. 6 of them is required. 6 yeses is required to make the rule change. We will find out in the next 9 days. As it stands right now, I mean, like, one, the engines are not illegal, and they won't be illegal going into Australia. Right now on track, we've got 12 minutes ago, we've got Perez, Oscar, Albon, Colapino, Hamilton, Lawson, and Hulkenberg coming out of the pits. Yeah. If you guys are gonna come here and you're gonna be like complaining about how I'm not gonna watch, I'm going to basically. I'd like to remind you, I'm a mod on the channel as well. I'm gonna like make it easy for you to not watch this and shuffle you out of the chat. I mean, there's no point. Like seriously, you're full of it if you come in here and say you're not gonna watch. Um, Dude, I've seen this argument with professional wrestling. You always come back. Is it fair to say Lewis Hamilton is the most popular driver of F1? It depends. Over historically, yeah. Right now, historically, I probably will say yes. In this moment, right now, Max is bigger. Lando is going to be bigger. Oscar's probably going to be bigger than Hamilton. This is just point in time right now. There are other drivers that are more popular than Hamilton. I know Lando has repeatedly, he's got like the most, like of all the drivers, he's got the most, he's got the largest female audience backing him. So, there's other criteria for popular that we need to deal with. But Hamilton is known off the track as well as on. He's known very well off the track. Now, the one thing you need to give Hamilton is that he has a lot of initiatives that he works on in other social things that he works on as well. For people who don't like him for that, that's your problem. So if Lewis Hamilton retires, what impact would it have on viewing viewers? It wouldn't have impact on Lewis Hamilton retiring. There would be a small impact, but it wouldn't be massive. I mean, there's other stars in the sport besides Lewis Hamilton. I mean, again, would his fans still be watching? Probably not. Maybe. I mean, here's the thing. I don't think people might have a single have. I mean, there's the singular fan. I don't admit, but they are such a small margin, small percentage of the drivers were of the fans. I mean, did F1 lose viewership because Checo fans left last year? No. So no, it wouldn't be a massive draw for F1 because F1 has other stars. They have Max, they have Lando, they have Oscar, they have George as a star. There's more people, and we have just gone to a red flag. So this is now with 7 minutes and 45 seconds left to go in the session. We're now in our testing phase for the safety system. So not that basically there is no incident on track. It's just at the end of the session we are going to the red flag. This is your red flag moment with Grash. I am your Harbinger of red flags. Granted, this is the test of the Harbinger system. I'm just joking. I'm called the Harbinger of red flags because, oh God, how many red flags I have seen while on air. And it has become a joke. At some point, we were tracking the number of red flags by session. I have had a 6-session run so I've had 6 sessions in a row where I've been on the air where I've seen a red flag. That's my record. I've also seen 6 red flags in a single session at the same time. 4 of those were track caught on fire. I think it was Japan. I've seen 4 red flags without fire. That was Baku. People crashing into the walls. So again, cars are basically lining back up on pit lane. Polaris, I mean, it's. Here's the thing. F1 will survive without Hamilton in F1. Bottom line. Yes, there's a lot of Hamilton fans, and yes, it will be a big deal when Hamilton retires from F1. But I don't think those F1 majority of those F1 fans are going to leave F1 because Hamilton. I suspect majority of them are going to stick around and they're going to be watch. Yeah, there will be a drop, absolutely. but it's not like it's not going to be brutal. And that's because with F1 fans, it's not just drivers; it's also um, they are also fans of, and we've got a green light, and they're coming back out again. So fans of F1 are not just driver specific fans; they're team specific as well. You've got the Tifosi, you've got the McLaren fans, you've got the Red Bull fans. Doesn't matter who's in the car. You've got the Alpine fans, who doesn't matter who's in the car. They're supporting Alpine. Um, but yeah, no, you've got more than, and yellow flags are being shown, and this is again a test of the system. Oh no, Oscar's in the escape road of turn one for some reason. What happened to Oscar? Oscar is in neutral on track. So this is an actual yellow flag at the moment. What is going on? Oscar's just stopped on track. So Oscar's on there's an escape road that Oscar's on. So they're saying they're clear in sector two. They're calling that sector two being where Oscar is. They're calling it clear. This is odd. Oscar stalled, technically on track still. So they're gonna do a practice start. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 cars, 8 cars on the grid. So they're going to do as they've been doing. They're doing an extra formation lap. So when you see that, you see the lights will blink yellow and green, alternating yellow and green. So we're looking. They're doing a replay of Oscar. He jumps slightly forward. It's not a smooth. It's not smooth. He's just Oscar can get out. Can't. They're showing what happened to Oscar. He can't get out of first gear. So something has happened. So Oscar is now moving again. he is moving again. Will he take? Question is, will he take part of the start, or will he come right into the pits? Fun Gamer pointing out, is scared how this season race start will be. Yeah, that's why they're saying, come show up and watch the Australian Grand Prix live, because that's gonna be crazy. So, where can I watch this live? It's about to end right now. I mean, our time has ended. Right now, we're looking at a practice start, but it is on F1 TV. Yeah. All right, 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights, and here they go for the practice start. This is looking pretty good. Oh, Exo Ocon gets on, and Hamilton gets on the inside, and he's going to lead after the first turn, getting ahead of Antonelli. So it's going to be Hamilton, Antonelli, Ocon, treating this like an actual race start. Max was slow. So Hamilton, a rocket launcher. Here comes Ocon passing people. Cadillac passing people. So on that, overtake enabled. So they're again. Hamilton, Ocon, Antonelli took this seriously. Um, and they are now going yellow to red flag to bring this to an end. Oh, that's a beautiful start by Hamilton. They're showing Hamilton's restart. You can hear the engine. He's beautiful start by him. Probably will cook the start. Yeah, that's one of the things that we will possibly see is that um, ultimately those Ferraris, because the way they set up their turbo, um, they basically are going to get great starts. Here they come. Yeah, they're all now coming back in the pits. Again, it was red flag. We are end of the session, anyways. So this is the end of our session. So, So again, Kimi Antonelli is going to be top of the board for the end of the day. Oscar, it will be behind him 58 thousandths. Max Verstappen third, 359 thousandths. Hamilton comes in fourth, 605 thousandths. Lando Norris, early in the day, is 6.5 behind his teammate. And then Colapino is over a second. Hulkenberg is 1.1. Russell 1.3. Ocon almost 1.4. Lawson 1.7 and a quarter. Albon 1.7 and a half. Morello is 2.4. Behrman did a 2.476. And then Perez does a 2.566. Alonso had an issue with the engine. We hear it was the gearbox. Some people are saying it was the power unit. Well, that we'll get more information tomorrow. And then he ended up doing a 4.6, and then Bottas in the morning his best was a 7.3. 3, which is a 140.192 lap. So they was definitely not doing any quali runs. And those are our drivers today, right now. Again, this has been the Race Statistics channel and our coverage. I'm about to take off right now, and this will probably bring the stream to a close. Those of you who are on YouTube, you'll be brought to the stream, tomorrow's stream. Those are on Twitch. Hey, again, the few that are on Twitch, again, you know what to do. Again, now's time to like and subscribe if you haven't yet. If you hit the bell on YouTube, you'll get notifications of when we go live. Again, if you set up your notifications on Twitch, you'll be informed when we go live. Good day for the Mercedes. Good day for McLaren. Good day for Red Bull. Good day for Ferrari. Top 4. Good day for Alpine with Colpine up there. A good day for Haas. Good day for for Audi as well. So those are the not the pecking order hasn't been shook up significantly, and that's going to be interesting. All right. See you all tomorrow. Take care. Yeah, I'm going to take off right now. I don't know what the boss is going to do after I get off, but I will see you. Most likely, you'll see me next in Australia. I will be in chat tomorrow. I don't think I'll be on air tomorrow, unfortunately. So, for everyone here at Race Statistics, this is day 2 of the Bahrain Week 2 testing. All right. Take care, everyone. From Crash, take care.